President Harden, before you begin today's meeting, I would like to read a few announcements. Good morning. Welcome to the December 3rd, 2025 Agenda Review Committee meeting. Before we start the meeting, I would like to share a few safety points and next meeting announcements. Please note that the primary exit and entrance to the boardroom is the door which you used to enter this morning. If you are leaving the room, please use this door. The restrooms are outside the boardroom doors to your left. During the meeting, we ask that you keep all aisles and exits clear. If you need any assistance during the meeting, please waive the attention of one of our security officers. Mark your calendars for the upcoming meeting. The next board meeting is scheduled for Thursday, December 18th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. The board meeting will be held at 42 West Madison Street, Garden Level Boardroom. For details on how to register to speak or observe at the meetings and to learn about the speaker lottery process, please visit the Chicago Board of Education website, cpsboe.org. If you have any questions about registration or public participation, please contact the board office for assistance. Thank you for joining us today. President Harden, we are now ready for you to begin the meeting.
Good morning, everyone. That was pretty okay. All right. Let's get it started. Welcome to the Board of Education Agenda Review Committee meeting. Today is December 3rd, 2025. I'm President Sean B. Harden, and on behalf of my fellow board members, thank you for joining us today. We're holding today's Agenda Review Committee meeting in the boardroom at the CPS Loop office, 42 West Madison Street, Garden Level. I'd like to note that the board members and senior leadership are physically present in the boardroom. Registered speakers may join us in person or virtually if they've opted to do so, and registered observers are joining us in person. The Agenda Review Committee meeting of Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025 is hereby called to order. Board Secretary, please call the roll.
Member Lozano?
Present.
Member Smith?
Present.
Member Velez?
Present.
Member Wallace?
Present.
Member Custer?
Present.
Member Pope?
Present.
Member Rosenfeld? Member Rivas?
Present.
Member Brown?
Present.
Member Rio Sierra?
Present.
Member Gutierrez?
Present.
Member Biggs?
Present.
Member Thodakura?
Present.
Member DeBerry?
Present.
President Harden?
Present.
We have 15 members present. We do have a quorum. I'd also like to recognize Dr. Macklin King, Interim Superintendent, Chief Executive Officer, Elizabeth Barton, Acting General Counsel, Dr. Alfonso Carmona, Acting Chief Education Officer, Charles Mayfield, Chief Operating Officer. Thank you.
Well, I'm pleased to announce the board's Black Student Achievement Committee has taken an important step forward, and I'd like to invite Board Member Brown to provide us with an update.
Thank you, President Harden. I'm pleased to announce that the Black Student Achievement Committee is now actively accepting membership applications. We plan to appoint 14 members in early 2026. The application deadline has been extended to Monday, December 22nd, 2025 at 5 p.m. Membership is open to a broad range of Chicago public school stakeholders. However, applicants must reside within the city of Chicago. If you are interested in applying, visit the board's website at cpsboe.org to apply online. You can also direct any questions to us at boe@cps.edu. We appreciate everyone's engagement and look forward to sharing more good news in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member Brown. Just want to acknowledge everyone who had a hand in moving the committee forward. Excited about the work that's going to happen going forward. The order of the meeting will be as follows: public participation, presentations, including Office of Student Protections and Title IX update, the Office of Inspector General update, internal audit and advisory services for fiscal year 2026 audit plan. There'll be a discussion of the Agenda Review Committee meeting items 1 through 4. We'll go into recess, reconvene from recess, discussion of Agenda Review Committee meeting items 5 through 17. We'll go into closed session, reconvene from closed session, vote on the public agenda item, and then finally, we will adjourn. Let's now proceed with today's public participation session. Thank you for joining us to share your comments with the board in compliance with the Illinois Open Meetings Act. Public participation, sometimes referred to as public comment, is a portion of the board meeting or hearing that grants district stakeholders the opportunity to address the board with their concerns and comments. Note that public participation is a time for the board and CPS senior leadership to listen and hear from you rather than a time for dialogue with board members during or after your remarks. And while we can't discuss personnel matters, public participation is a key component of transparent governance, and it provides us as board members, as well as senior leadership, an opportunity to listen to everyone who has signed to speak. This board takes equity of voice very seriously. And while we may not address your comments directly during public participation, CPS leadership is always present at our meetings and are able to address concerns as follow-ups after the meeting. As a district and as a board, we also have many other spaces for authentic dialogue. For example, each and every one of our board members hosts board office hours so that we can have a conversation. So please use our website, cpsboe.org, if you want to meet with the board member during office hours. We encourage you to take advantage of the opportunity to meet with board members outside of a board meeting. We thank you for your attention and consideration. And finally, as a reminder, union representatives will be allotted 5 minutes to speak before public participation, and any elected officials will be allotted 5 minutes to speak after the conclusion of public participation. Board Secretary, please share the rules of public participation.
Thank you. Before I proceed with the rules, I do want to note for the record that Vice President Bautista has joined the meeting virtually via Zoom and joined at 10:37 a.m. Member Blaze joined the meeting at 10:39 a.m. and Member Lopez joined the meeting at 10:40 a.m. Members of the public who registered to speak were given the option to attend by in person or via an electronic format. For those who preferred to attend via an electronic format, they were given information to access this meeting by dialing a number and using their phone. We did this so that speakers with limited or no access to the internet or who may have weak internet connection could still participate using their phones. Also, members of the public may submit written comments for Board of Education meetings via the written comments form on the board's website at cpsboe.org or mail to 42 West Madison Street, Garden Level. Written comments received between the day the public agenda was posted through 5 p.m. the day after the Board of Education meeting will be submitted to the board and published within 5 business days on our website at cpsboe.org. Speakers, please listen while I provide directions for public participation. I will call your name and number when it is your turn to speak. For speakers joining us virtually, as a reminder, to unmute, please enter *6. Once you hear your name, please state your name for the record. I will then start the 2-minute timer. When there are 30 seconds remaining, I will inform you so that you can proceed to conclude your remarks to allow for the next speaker to begin. For anyone standing with a speaker, note that in order to comply with the city's fire code, please stand along the glass partitions on the marked spots to keep aisles clear. Thank you. President Harden, before we begin calling speakers from the speakers list, we do have union reps who would like to address the board. We'll begin with Caroline Rutherford, CTU Charter Division Vice Chair.
Susan, do we recognize members Smith and Lopez?
Member Smith was here when roll was called,
Okay.
and Member Lopez, I did recognize her right before I started with the public participation guidelines.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, board members, CEO King. I want to update you on CPS actions that undermine and ignore the directives unanimously voted upon in EPIC's charter contract on November 4th. That day, this board directed CPS to prepare a transition plan in consultation with EPIC students, families, and staff. The transition plan will provide opportunities to maximize stability and continuity for EPIC families and qualified staff, including offering enrollment to all EPIC students at a district-run school and opportunities for employment for qualified EPIC staff in open positions at such a receiving school. Unfortunately, CPS officials seem to be willfully ignoring the board's directives and actively dismantling the school as we speak. Instead of engaging the school community in a creation of a transition plan, CPS invited families and staff to a community meeting. but it was actually a special high school fair with representatives from 12 different schools making pitches for students to transfer now or next year. When CPS officials were asked why your instructions were not followed to designate a receiving school, they said they didn't need to comply with your instructions because every school a student moves to is a receiving school. Additionally, EPIC staff were told they will not receive the same support transferring to a district school that CPS is providing for staff at Acero, Aspira, and Passages after their schools closed. We ask that you reach out to CPS leadership to investigate why they have not invited the EPIC community into a dialogue about the creation of a transition plan, including designating a receiving school such as South Shore. In addition, staff at EPIC Academy must be afforded the same opportunities as the staff from Acero, Aspira, and Passages if they accept a position in a CPS school. We would like to thank CEO King for listening to the Cisneros and Shields communities and not recommending co-location of those schools. CPS sprung co-location on both schools days before the deadline with no other option. The teachers, staff, and parents at both schools worked quickly to organize and push back, and they were heard. Thank you. However, the Cisneros community is still waiting to hear from CPS what is next for them. Is there a plan to move Cisneros next year, or will students and staff remain in their current building for another year? Next year, 6 charter and contract schools, 5 Acero and Chi Arts, will transition into CPS district-managed schools. We have been meeting with CPS to maximize retention of staff and students. However, CPS continues to blame principals for why not one single teacher or staff person has been asked to remain at their schools. And Friday, we meet with CPS to discuss the transition of our members from Chi Arts to CPS. Is this the precedent CPS is setting, that no one at Chi Arts is guaranteed a position? All of the current staff, teachers, teaching artists, and staff may change? If we do not retain the staff, do we really save the school? Retention of students and staff must be added to any resolution the board passes in January when you consider the financial options for the conservatory preservation. And lastly, on Monday this week, Aspira Charter School's Board of Directors met for the first time this school year. The school communities have been terrified that Aspira schools would not open this week after their CEO, Edgar Lopez, announced to the newspaper they would not have enough money to pay teachers and staff. We appreciate the steps that CPS took to make sure that crisis did not occur, but now what? At the Aspira board meeting on Monday, instead of bringing stability or showing appreciation for the support of CPS, CEO Lopez claimed the following: that CPS put caps on Aspira's freshman enrollment and has rigged the game against them, so their low enrollment is the fault of CPS. That he is going to FOIA CPS officials because he smells a rat, and that he is doing everything right and they don't have money because of CPS and his own teachers. I share this with you because, like many of you in this room, we believe that CPS students, families, and educators at Aspira schools deserve honesty and stability. CEO Lopez attempts to excuse his financial mismanagement by attacking and insulting others, when in fact, it seems as though CPS
You
and
have 30 seconds remaining.
CPU are the only ones attempting to stabilize Aspira at this point. Based on everything CEO Lopez has said publicly to board members, the Chicago Sun-Times, students, and staff, we do not have faith in the charter operator's current leadership. He does not seem interested in solving the problem he created, rather just blaming everyone else. He was directed to create a financial plan. Instead, their board chair informed us on Monday at that meeting they do not have a plan, and CPS needs to make one. For the stability of the students, staff, families, and the community, please, CPS, step in and ensure that there is a plan that protects our students and these schools from mid-year disruption so they continue their education without interruption by this chaos. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. The next union rep is Dr. Diane Castro, CTU Financial Secretary.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Diane Castro, and I'm the Financial Secretary at the Chicago Teachers Union. Our city is on the precipice of a budget that puts people first and makes corporations pay a fraction more. We began this school year with a Board of Education that insisted that the CPS budget would be made whole based on promises from aldermen, promises that TIF dollars would be coming to this district. These are many of the same aldermen who now look to reduce the proposed TIF amount to libraries, schools, and parks by $100 million. There is a choice to be made: community safety or more community pain. Our school families are already being hit with groceries, rent, and healthcare costs. Corporations who can pay more should, especially when it would fund safety. What is at stake? Our massive mid-year disruption that not every member of this board has been vocal about. Some alder people have spoken about job killers. Voting no on this budget would kill approximately 8,000 jobs in our schools. How does this impact our students and their school communities? Students lose 129 educators in the 5th Ward, 206 educators in the 10th Ward, 253 educators in the 21st Ward, and approximately 200 educators in the 41st Ward. Every network will be hit with cuts that will amount to 8,000 positions. This is unacceptable. Thank you, CEO King, for your letter informing parents. We need to see that advocacy consistently and resoundingly from all of the board members. Growing up as a CPS student, I became used to the noise of all the things that I couldn't be, that I wasn't supposed to do or become. This is when CPS leadership looked like Mayor Daley and Paul Vallis. As an early educator, I was cut due to austerity and lack of resources. That is when CPS leadership looked like Mayor Daley, Arnie Duncan, and Rahm Emanuel. What kept me consistent and hopeful were the countless educators who believed in me, who believed that Black and brown children could achieve. And I know how much they put of themselves into this work because I worked alongside educators who still show up to teach and inspire the children of Chicago. Cutting a single position, as I was cut years ago, should be a non-starter. I compel this board to show more courage and imagination beyond your predecessors. Our students deserve that. Just last week, we heard from board members who know that the status quo will only continue to keep Black and Latina families from thriving. We need all of you, every single member of this board, to acknowledge the same and step up and call the city council members that signed that promise to you. Hold them accountable for that which they already committed, or be accountable for the 8,000 positions that are at stake. Our families need to see you fighting for community safety and the funding for our schools. We have already seen the school community at Bright advocating for investment for years. Safe passages and after-school programs make a difference in our communities. I can assure you that that is not the only school nor the only community who has had to advocate for the same and not receive it. Our mayor's budget says that our schools will be funded. Our youth will have access to violence prevention programs and jobs, and our families will have access to affordable housing. School is not limited to what happens inside the buildings. We know the importance of community investment for our young people to thrive. This budget is an opportunity to right a wrong. We've also seen school communities from Acero to Epic to Shy Arts to Aspira who are having to fight to be heard, and they also need advocacy. You will hear from parents and members, and I ask that you take the time to listen to them, more so than the operators who have put their lives in turmoil and set up their schools for crisis and closure. Our educators should not have to worry if they will have a paycheck, and our families should not have to worry if their children will have a school to attend. We appreciate that you did the right thing by providing that safety during the holiday, and let's recognize that the operators are hiding their valuable property even while they claim that they are bankrupt. We need you, our board members, to continue to fight for our students and their families. I ask that you demonstrate your leadership by holding the charter operators
You have 30
accountable,
seconds remaining.
just as I ask that you hold the aldermen accountable. Tell City Council to keep the promise that they made to the families of CPS students, to the children of Chicago, and to you all. Tell them that it is beyond time that the burden be placed on the ultra-wealthy corporations so that our students have access to a Black student success plan, our language learners' families have access to a language line, our children experience the joy of having librarians and libraries, and our communities get to be safer. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next union rep is Tremaine Reeves, SEIU Local 73 Director of the CPS Division, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Good morning, board members. Tremaine Reeves from SEIU Local 73. Today, I kind of want to focus on safety and security. So with that in mind, I want to send a special shout out to Chief Ronan and the safety and security team for their recent support of our crossing guard, who experienced a very unfortunate high security incident at a school just prior to Thanksgiving break. She experienced the shooting firsthand. We were in the meeting. She shared it with us, reached out to Ronan, who immediately responded to me, followed up with that member, and followed exact protocol. And so with that, the member was really, really supported. The crossing guards felt really supported because they were witness to her testimony of the unfortunate incident. And it just goes to show with strong contract language and good labor relations, what it can do. And so I wanted to highlight that. Secondly, we are very glad for the return of Kim Jones of the Transportation Department. And we're looking forward to working with her and her team on much needed safety trainings that's going to help ensure improved safety of bus aides, bus monitors, the students on the buses, as well as the drivers. There are a lot of safety concerns that are being expressed, and our members are advocating for additional training. And so we're looking to partner with that, expand, the skills available to our workers so that they feel better supported and they can better support the students on those buses. And then finally, I want to talk about job security. Eligible workers should be afforded the right to form a union without opposition. Workers deserve the right to advocate for a fair, livable wage. I think we can all agree that living in Chicago in 2025, almost 2026, $16 an hour is not a livable wage. And so what we ask that this school board do is that they publicly commit to standing against any opposition of workers having the right to join and form their own union so that they can advocate for livable wages, better working conditions, and help and continue to improve the learning experience of the students of Chicago Public Schools. Thank you all.
Thank you for your comments. President Hardin, we are now ready to call speakers from the speakers list, and we'll begin with the first group of speakers from Chicago High School for the Arts, Megan Riley, number 1.
Oh gosh, she started. Good morning. My name is Megan Riley. I'm a math teacher and department chair at Shy Arts. I know that money is a major concern for just about every member on the board. Fiscal responsibility and financial sustainability in the face of both local and national contexts. It's an immense responsibility on your shoulders. I know how important it is. I have personally worked for months to advocate for a city budget that fully funds CPS. I've traveled to Springfield to call on lawmakers to fully fund Illinois schools. I've met with state legislators, alder people, community members to try and get you the money. Shy Arts is a clear case study in how philanthropy is unable to sustain a school and that the part public, part private model no longer works here. Anyone who works in development or fundraising can tell you that the landscape of philanthropy has changed. It isn't working anymore. You voted unanimously to explore alternative financial strategies, but I need you to understand that you are the alternative financial strategy. Every other public arts school in the nation is funded publicly. While philanthropy can supplement our school, we need stability that only you can provide. Let the wealthy donors pay for things like auditorium seats and playbills, not textbooks and payroll. This board has been clear in words that you support maintaining our conservatory model. Now you must be clear with your actions and commit to fully funding our conservatory with CPS funds. CPS has enjoyed a public arts school in its
You
portfolio
have
for
30
16
seconds remaining.
years without needing to pay for its arts programming, but now public investment for all parts is necessary. Art must not become a privilege of the wealthy. It is a human necessity. So it's not fiscally irresponsible for CPS to fund public arts education in Chicago. You have been elected, appointed, and hired into the seats you currently occupy. You are the ones with the resources and power to fund our schools. You have the duty to protect that right for the students you serve. Commit fully to funding the Shire Arts Conservatory with public CPS dollars. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Aaron Brown, speaker number 10.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Aaron Brown. This is my 8th year as a public school teacher and my 3rd year at Shy Arts, where I teach 9th and 10th grade math. First, I'd like to ground my comments in the importance and impact of Shy Arts for a city like Chicago. Contemporarily and historically, the cultural impact of Chicago is immense. Our city lives in the hearts, minds, and souls of people around the world, thanks to the fearless expression and creativity from Chicagoans past and present. Shy Arts works to build on this legacy by providing a public pre-professional arts education for young Chicagoans, helping students learn and engage with the creativity that thrives within themselves and their city. To lose the conservatory model would be a disservice to our students, our city, and our city's history. One of the best steps we can take to preserve the conservatory model is through an intentional and compassionate leadership selection process. For context, the last several years at Shy Arts saw significant budget cuts and multiple transitions in leadership, 4 principals in the last 3 years. This tandem has led to a constant cycle of refining policies and procedures, left our school under-resourced, and left our community feeling hurt and deprioritized. This is relevant and must be considered as we proceed with hiring for leadership positions. First, Shy Arts needs a leader that is passionate, experienced in public education, and has a deep knowledge of CPS and the arts. We need someone who can navigate the unique challenges and nuances that come with transitioning Shy Arts from a contract to a district school.
You have 30 seconds
while
remaining.
keeping the conservatory model a priority, especially since we have seen and felt the impact of lackluster leadership on our school arts programming. Second, it concerns me that at Tuesday's CPS community meeting for Shy Arts, it was proposed that our advisory council would choose a principal whose contract length was unspecified. Not only do we need CPS to provide our advisory council with arts-forward, collaborative, and skilled applicants, we need CPS leaders to be clear and transparent with parents, students, teachers, and community members as to whether our new principal would receive a multi-year contract or be an interim, and to be clear about other relevant information that we need to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Allison Bystrom, speaker number 14.
Good morning. My name is Allison Bystrom, and I am a proud alum of Shy Arts, current arts administrative assistant for 2 departments, and I teach concert choir, keyboard and aural skills, vocal jazz, and contemporary techniques to both vocal and instrumental students. In the past 4 years at Shy Arts, I've taught a total of 7 different classes that have been offered to our scholar artists. My favorite memories at Shy Arts were working with my choir teacher, Mr. Bill Chin. His work with the Chicago Symphony Chicago Symphony Orchestra Choir, the Symphony Chorus of Oak Park and River Forest, his contributions to the Chicago choral scene, and ultimately Shy Arts is the reason I am standing here today. It is because of teaching artists like Mr. Chin that I had the opportunity to sing with a professional choir and orchestra, perform with conductor Riccardo Muti, and it is because of Mr. Chin that I went to school for choral music education and am an educator today. I'm here today because I am concerned that CPS has not yet made a commitment in writing to retain the current students, teaching artists, teachers, and other staff at the school. Without this commitment, you would be erasing arts education history in the city of Chicago. I know firsthand that these groups are what make our school Shy Arts. It is not the building or the name, it is the people. I've been one of them for a very long time, and I hope to continue to be. I want to be able to carry on the legacy of Shy Arts and the teaching artist model. Without this commitment, teaching artists like me will be forced out of stability and the sense of belonging that is Shy Arts. The work what we've done to maintain and excel the pre-professional arts training in every department
You
will
have
be
30 seconds remaining.
Past teaching artists have had the honor of shaping the path for the curriculum and standards that are executed today. We carry that legacy and create new traditions that shape this generation of scholar artists. When our students graduate, I want to continue to hear, I can't wait to work at Shy Arts with you when I graduate college, and for that possibility to stay a promise. But right now, myself, my students, my coworkers do not know what is next. Please put it in writing that we will all be a part of Shy Arts' future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The last speaker from the Shy Arts Group is Sean Wallace, speaker number 26.
Good morning. My name is Sean Wallace, and I teach musical theater to freshmen and senior students and songwriting to senior students at Shy Arts. I stand before you as a proud CPS alum of Morgan Park High School and the renowned conservatory, the Merit School of Music. I've been a performing teaching artist for almost 30 years and have worked with students of varied backgrounds, from the kids next door to incarcerated and justice system involved youth. All of Chicago's youth deserve their inalienable rights: life, liberty, health, and the pursuit of their greatest dreams. Thank you, CPS Board, for voting to take over the management of Shy Arts. However, like the Carpenters song from back in the day, we've only just begun. We must not only save Shy Arts High School, but we must sustain Shy Arts High School. Our goal should be to make Shy Arts the premier public school for the arts and college prep in Illinois. We have schools to use as examples, so there's no need to reinvent the educational wheel. We're modeled after LaGuardia High School in New York that inspired the film, play, and television series Fame. As a teen, I never missed an episode of the TV series, wishing I could go to that school. And now, for the past 3.5 years, I have worked at Shy Arts. Dreams do come true. Duke Ellington School of the Arts in Washington, D.C., and the Philadelphia High School for Creative and Performing Arts are other examples of public schools
You have 30 seconds
that feature
remaining.
pre-professional arts conservatories using teaching artists as arts instructors with a college prep academic curriculum. This model is sustainable. Recently, we've united as a city and state to resist the actions of a wannabe dictator. We have become the model of resistance throughout the nation. Therefore, it's time for all of us, students and parents, Mayor Johnson and the City Council, the Chicago Public School Board, the Illinois State Legislature, and Governor Pritzker, business and philanthropic leaders and arts institutions to unite again and sustain support of Shy Arts High School. As I was told by my students yesterday to tell you, let's lock in and get this done.
Thank you for your comments. The next group of speakers is from Aspira. Heath Davis, speaker number 2.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me this opportunity to address you. My name is Heath Davis. I'm an ELA teacher, student council advisor, and curriculum and instruction advisor at Aspira Early College, otherwise known as AAC. Like all of us here today, I'm an advocate for Chicago students. I've stayed at AEC for nearly 10 years because I've witnessed the transformational power that our schools have had on our majority Latino families that we serve. Our school is a tight-knit community. We offer our community everything from ESL programs that embrace and guide students who are newcomers to the U.S. to a dual enrollment program where students can graduate high school with half of the college credits necessary for an associate's degree. Unfortunately, we have recently learned that our organization is under threat of no longer existing. The trauma that many of our students have already experienced from ICE and CPB is already high, and the possible closure of our schools adds more stress that they should not have to bear. On October 3rd, we were notified that key members of our staff would be laid off because of lower enrollment. On November 19th, we learned that through the Sun-Times and WBEZ, the Aspera might not make payroll because of financial negligence. We left for Thanksgiving break, unsure if our schools would be open when Thanksgiving break ended. On November 25th, it was reported that CPS had
You have
advanced
30 seconds
funds
remaining.
to pay for that period, but the future remained uncertain. What's more, as the possible closures of our schools loom, the messaging has been neither direct nor transparent. The Aspera Board of Directors has canceled multiple meetings where the organization's financial situation could be addressed, leaving local reporting to fill in the gap. This has left teachers and staff with the burden of reassuring stability to our students and families, while we ourselves cannot be sure of our future. This negatively impacts our ability to serve students, and rumors of closure certainly impacts future enrollment. We ask
Please conclude your
you
remarks.
to provide our students, family, and staff the stability they deserve through financial support. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Jennifer Conant, speaker number 18.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Jen Conant, Chair of C2's Charter Division, but today I'm here to share remarks that my union sibling, Claude Holmes, an educator at Aspera Pantoja High School, wanted to say, but couldn't because he wasn't selected to speak. So first, I want to thank CPS for advancing funds to ensure that Aspera's school doors stay open through December. We are truly grateful, and I hope this attention to our school's stability continues in the months ahead. However, I'm here today because I feel it is critical to address the current mismanagement within our Aspera Charter network and to work together towards solutions that will keep our network stable and functioning. I have two major concerns. First, we've discovered that Aspera's board of directors in June authorized CEO Edgar Lopez to create a new organization and transfer 2 of its buildings to this new Aspera Illinois Foundation. These buildings are significant assets owned by a CPS charter operator who is threatening to miss payroll and asking for support from the district. Why would Aspera, knowing it had financial issues, move 2 properties out of its portfolio? This raises serious questions and concerns for our staff, students, and the broader community, especially when there is no clear plan to ensure payroll can be sustained beginning December 26th and through the rest of the school year. Second, the lack of transparent communication from Aspera's leadership to CPS and to CTU has been deeply troubling.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
An article laid out the poor financial reporting and challenging communication from Aspera to CPS, and where CPS has struggled to determine how much money Aspera actually needs. We've had the same struggle. Aspera's communication with CTU and its members has been frustrating, and reached a low point with the Sun-Times article telling us that payroll would not be made on the day after Thanksgiving. Aspera couldn't bother to tell us themselves. We are grateful that CPS stepped in to ensure staff are paid, and it's clear that Aspera leadership is not able to make a plan for our future on their own. Unless CPS steps in to help resolve these issues, put a plan in place, and force Aspera to collaborate with parents and educators, I fear that we will fail our students and the community we are serving. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The last speaker from Aspera is Todd Ferry, speaker number 25.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Todd Ferry. I've been a history teacher, coach, and leader at Aspera Early College now for 10 years. It's one of 3 schools in the Aspera network, and I've stayed because of my students. Aspera's mission is clear: to serve Latino families, many of whom are English learners, and newcomers who may not feel comfortable in other schools. Families choose Aspera because we care for our students. We help them achieve and we push them to excel. I teach AP and dual enrollment courses, and my students are dedicated and driven. I do not want to fail them. Last year, Aspira closed its middle school, Hagen, due to under-enrollment. Soon after, Aspira-owned buildings were transferred into a new foundation that has not been explained to us. Resources have dwindled, programs have been cut, layoffs have followed. In early November, we were told the network faced a major financial deficit, now reportedly in the millions. How this happened remains unclear. CPS and CTU have repeatedly requested financial documents, but Aspira has not provided them. Recent Sun Times and WBEZ reporting quotes the CEO blaming everything from Go CPS ranking systems to low recruitment to bad and expensive teachers to a flawed charter funding model to an alleged plot by CTU and CPS to end charter schools. Nowhere does he take responsibility. Worse, those same articles were the first time I learned I might not get paid during Thanksgiving break. CPS ultimately had to advance funds to cover payroll. Thank you for that. I've been told I will receive one
You
more
have 30
check on
seconds
December
remaining.
12th, and that I don't know if I'll be paid. And more importantly, my students don't know if they will even have a school to return to after winter break. Imagine being a senior, unsure if you'll graduate with your class, or a junior fearing a mid-year transfer to a school you've never even seen. There has been no meaningful attempt by Aspira leadership to solve this crisis. The CEO appears to have given up. The board of directors, meeting publicly for the first time this year only 2 days ago, despite the fiscal emergency, offered no plan to stabilize our schools. If the board cannot direct the CEO and the CEO cannot lead, who is left? I'm asking you to fully investigate the Aspira Charter Network, determine the real cause of this deficit, and help us navigate it. We may be a charter network, but we are still part of CPS. Our students, families, and teachers deserve your support.
Please conclude
step
your
in
remarks.
and help stabilize our schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Jesse Bostick, speaker number 3.
Good morning, members of the board and Dr. King. My name is Jesse Bostick, and I teach 4th grade at Walt Disney Magnet Elementary. Right now, because of the budget this board passed, my school community and those across the city are hurting. Since this board voted to tie the district's hands and place all bets on a city council without the political courage to choose children over the wealthy, school communities across the city are about to be devastated. Almost every classroom in my school is infested with mice. We come into filthy classrooms, cafeterias, and hallways on a regular basis. This makes the environment unsafe for everyone in the school. We have gone from 13 custodians 2 years ago to 3 on an average day to serve a school of about 1,400 students. There are no longer enough custodians to clean everything. Children and educators are watching mice run through classrooms. Our pre-K students had to be removed from their learning environment for a week due to extermination and deep cleaning of droppings. This is embarrassing. Every day, our principal, assistant principals, educators, and students are cleaning our school and picking up the slack. Instead of supporting teachers, our admin is cleaning. Instead of planning enriching learning experiences, our educators are cleaning. People are buying vacuums to clean their own classrooms. This is not a requirement that has
You
been
have
pressed
30
upon
seconds
us.
remaining.
We do this because we know that if our students arrive in classrooms that haven't been vacuumed and smell like yesterday's trash, they will feel undervalued. The fact is, at every level of government, we have shown that they do not value children over the super rich. Without the TIF funds in the mayor's budget, our school is slated to lose a further $1.6 million, which comes out to about 20 positions being cut. There is not one school in this city that can afford to lose any more staff. Reach out to your contacts at City Hall. Make them understand that children are not pawns to be used in the games of billionaires and politicians.
Please conclude your
This
remarks.
situation is unacceptable. We desperately need the funds that we were promised. I hesitate to imagine the state of our schools if the mayor's Protecting Chicago budget does not pass. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next several speakers are from Haugen Elementary School. We'll begin with Meg White, speaker number 4.
Hello. Growing up at my overcrowded Minneapolis elementary school, we packed into drafty old trailers for art class and attended counseling sessions in broom closets. But when our public school co-located with a sparsely attended magnet school, it impressed upon me that adults cared about my educational experience. That early acknowledgement of my worth helped me advocate for myself through high school, college, and grad school. Today, I urge you to do the same for Hagen Elementary students. As an Albany Park homeowner, I am invested in the community and its student success. And as a volunteer at Haugen, I witnessed the overcrowding there and the community's heroic efforts to ameliorate it. I also see neighbors and friends across Chicago forced to choose between community and their children's future. Some of them give up dreams of homeownership to rent near good schools. Some move to the suburbs or choose private schools. None of these options allow them to reinvest in the neighborhood that I love. Given this, I was shocked to see Haugen's straightforward, community-led, child-centered co-location request denied. The school's dual language population, social work, and specialized classes deserve physical space to complement the astounding level of care and work that go into serving them. And there's a whole community here prepared to make the most of that modest investment. Take Esther, whose child will soon graduate from Haugen's preschool program. With 2 kindergarten classes already at capacity, there's funding for a 3rd class, but literally no empty room to put it in. Art class is already relegated to a cart. There's no science lab.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
Library houses a makeshift classroom, a tech repair center, offices, and counseling nooks. Her choice is heartbreaking and unjust. Esther can give up on CPS, but she's seen how this plateaus growth and doubles down on disinvestment. The data may suggest that this school doesn't need more space, but the reality is a monument to Chicago's de facto socioeconomic and racial segregation. Esther, who's given up countless hours organizing neighbors to accompany kids amid ICE raids, should not have to be complicit in this cycle of inequity, and neither should you. With this relatively small investment in a beloved neighborhood school, we can break with systemic institutional racism. The idea that a state-of-the-art school sits 1 block away is a travesty and an embarrassment. CPS can furnish the solution to Haugen's overcrowding, provide dedicated instructional environments, and support its transition to a dual language school. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Ann Kale Kelpie, who is speaker number 6, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ann Kalpe, and I am a member of the Hagen community and a parent of 2 CPS students who attend Hagen. I myself am a former CPS student. I believe in public schools and the accessibility it creates for all, and I was really shocked to hear that the denial for Hagen's co-location when there is an obvious need for space at Hagen. Currently, one of my children is in kindergarten, and he is in a class of 30 students. This has been reported in more classrooms. Other reports of overcrowding include support services being conducted in spaces that aren't actual rooms or offices. That's unethical, that's unsafe, and that's unacceptable. During one Hagen community, current Hagen students displayed their bravery and shared their lived experiences of being overcrowded. We believe in an equitable school system, yet this denial is not addressing the Hagen community's needs. I myself am an early intervention occupational therapist. I work closely with families who transition into the school setting. I advocate for children who require support in the school to achieve their academic participation and socialization with peers. For a child to succeed, we all know and believe that the environment is crucial to their learning. We need to prioritize the environment that we're setting our children up in, and that includes creating a safe space for them. The Spirit North River has that space, so we kindly ask to please let Hagen use that space. It is important that the Hagen community stay together.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
Our classes for students with disabilities, early childhood, and preschool. Hagen is a neighborhood school. For all community members to have access to Hagen, we need to continue to offer a safe place for all families, including families of students with disabilities and for families of young children. My family included. I have another child who is in pre-kindergarten at Hagen, and I hope to see him again at Hagen next year. We're really grateful for the teachers, the support staff, and administration who show up day in and day out at Hagen for our students. It is past due that we show up for them and give them what they need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Mary Margaret Orr, speaker number 12.
Good morning. My name is Mary Margaret Orr. My usual audience is a room full of 8-year-olds, so thank you very much, all of you, for having such smiley faces. I do appreciate it. They also think I'm hysterical. I've been at Hagen School for 32 years. My husband attended Hagen School, so I've literally been involved at Hagen School my entire career. Administrators have come and gone. I now have students in my class whose parents were in my third grade class many years ago. I won't tell you my age, but you can figure it out. I have been at Hagen my entire CPS career, and I'm very rooted in the ups and downs. We are currently facing not an overcrowding formally. We're at capacity, we like to say. We're hoping that CPS is going to look at their model for how they formulate the numbers of students that should be in a school. We have many preschool classrooms, and we have several cluster classrooms. And those classrooms do not house 30 students. The old model housed 30 students, and our new CTU contract does not have those numbers. So we really feel like when Aspira closed their doors and we sort of missed the deadline because they announced in January, that because of our numbers and the new formula that we heard is coming, we really hope that that will help shine some light on the fact that Hagen is really pretty cramped. We do not have a classroom to offer. CTU and the overclass size committee graciously gave us some teacher assistants, but that just put more adult bodies in rooms
You
that
have
are
30
already
seconds
filled with
remaining.
many, many students because we were offered teachers, but there's no place to put them. So we're really hoping that co-location isn't a dirty word. It's not a bad word. We know that there are some issues to solve, but we think that coming up with that new formula of how we come up with numbers for how many students should be in a school will really help shine a different light on Hagen School. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Tiffany Harvey, speaker number 13. Please proceed.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Harvey. Good morning. Thanks for this opportunity, and a special thanks to board members Pope, Rivas, and Rio Sierra for visiting our school and your responsiveness. I also want to thank Alderman Rodriguez for her visit and advocacy. I appreciate all of your hard work on behalf of our children. I'm a Hagen 6th grade parent and LSC chairperson. I come to you today deeply disappointed that on Monday, CPS's Chief Portfolio Office denied our co-location request without explanation of any path forward other than to work with Hagen to explore solutions to maximize space within the school facility. This is unacceptable. We expect to grow, but even if we do not grow by a single student, our situation is untenable right now. There is no extra space. No feng shui tips will solve our severe space issue. Unfortunately, we feel that CPS has misled us at every step of this process. First, in 2022, we were told not to object to North River's moving into the Leland building to co-locate with Aspira Middle School. To stifle objections to the placement of a lottery-based elementary school just 2 blocks from Hagen, North River promised that it would remain a small school and not occupy additional space. And CPS assured us that the two schools could collaborate later if we grew as projected. Since then, Hagen has absorbed and retained over 200 migrant children, and yet our severe, persistent need for the vacant space at the Leland building, which was built for our students, has been disregarded. We have tried to engage with North River for a full year, but have yet to meet with them, and
You have 30
CPS has
seconds
done
remaining.
nothing to facilitate, yet alone assure the promised collaboration. Yet next, when Aspira announced its closure, we were too late after being advised it was too early for us to speak up. Over the summer, we attempted to survey both the school community and the larger Albany Park community, but we're told not to survey the community. That was the portfolio department's job. But there was no community survey, and there will not be unless you, the board, intervene. Instead, fewer than 60 North River survey respondents against co-location will speak for the entire Albany Park community. Meanwhile, the building will be complete. The Aspira building will continue to be severely underutilized. There is almost no wait list for North River and none for grades other than kindergarten.
Please
The
conclude
only
your
way
remarks.
North River will fill their school is if prospective Hagen families are told to go away. We're full. Go to the choice school down the block. We assert that every student has the right to attend an adequately resourced neighborhood school, and expansion of choice schools should never impinge on this right. We respectfully
Please
request.
conclude your remarks.
Yes, just one more second.
We respectfully request that you put our co-location request on the agenda, allow it to see the light of day, and for the public to weigh in. And also that you demand the portfolio office share the reasons behind its denial, because no explanation has been provided, and we see no legitimate reason for a cycle of rinse and repeat and no solutions at the expense of our vulnerable students. Please help us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Ann Nolan, speaker number 15.
Good morning, members of the board and Dr. King. My name is Ann Nolan. I'm a bilingual special education teacher at Hagen Elementary. I came to speak today about the overcrowding crisis at the school. And I'm here to assure you it is a crisis and one I live every day. The crisis has led to teachers, staff, and students being moved into every available corner of the building, including closets. We have over-enrolled classrooms. We have enrichment and teachers with no physical space, moving from room to room on a cart. Our case manager, bilingual team, and others are crammed into what should be a school library. We need to open an additional SPED resource classroom to serve the population we have, and another kindergarten, but we have absolutely no space in which to do so. Many teachers, myself included, compete for space at tables in the hallways on a daily basis, so we can provide the essential small group support that students need. Our students in our community deserve better. This is what we want. This is what we deserve. Students should be taught in classrooms within the legal CPS mandated sizes. We need permanent, dedicated private space for
You have 30
ed,
seconds remaining.
for special ed classrooms. We need dedicated rooms for enrichment classes. Our students need and deserve a permanent library space. Our support staff need private office space to counsel and provide services with parents and students for delicate conversation. Our community deserves schools that serve neighborhood residents first. We demand that CPS facilities in the neighborhood, including the former Aspira site, are used to serve community residents, not for magnet students.
Please conclude your remarks.
Reject a solution to this crisis that breaks up our school community. Last and most importantly, we want and deserve to continue the important work we are doing, not just to educate the children of our community, but to serve as a hub of community activity and a resource to local parents and families. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The last speaker from the Haugen Group is Laura Rovelo, speaker number 16.
Buenos días, respetable Junta Directiva de las Escuelas de Chicago. Gracias por este tiempo que gentilmente me han dado para hablar con ustedes. En Hogan somos una comunidad variada, una comunidad inclusiva y cuidadosa de todos y cada uno de nosotros, todos sus miembros. Personalmente he sido adoptada como abuela por alumnas de educación especial, como amiga de chiquillos de preescolar y kindergarten, como confidente de chicos preadolescentes. Oigo saludos en la calle diciendo mi nombre por estudiantes que yo no conozco, pero ellos sí me conocen. Me siento muy orgullosa de pertenecer a la comunidad Hogan. Seré breve. Por favor, nuestra escuela necesita espacio para trabajar. Podemos dar la intervención en los pasillos, podemos cubrir nuestra necesidad de una biblioteca variada y renovada, cargando de 80 a 100 libros cada 3 semanas para nuestros salones de clases. Podemos tratar de dar una terapia física o de lenguaje en un closet. Buscamos confidencialidad a la vuelta de una esquina en el hall de la entrada de la escuela. Cargamos muebles, nos movemos, nos reacomodamos y recibimos con los brazos abiertos a todos los que llegan a nuestro edificio. Hemos podido. Sé que ha habido personal del distrito escolar viendo pros y contras, que a mí me parecía una solución muy obvia y
Tiene 30
favorecedora
segundos, por
de
favor,
nuestra
concluya.
creciente comunidad, que pronto será de lenguaje dual. Sin embargo, hay un piso vacío en el otro edificio que seguirá vacío y no nos fue explicado por qué ocurre esto, pero nuestro problema de espacio sigue. Por favor, ayúdenos, den su apoyo para que continuemos siendo esta comunidad donde ustedes también se sentirán orgullosos y bienvenidos de pertenecer. Gracias y buenos días.
Thank you. We'll have the statement translated.
Good morning, dear Chicago Board of Education. Thank you for this time you have kindly given me. We at Hagen are a varied, inclusive community which cares for each and every one of us who make up its membership. I personally have been adopted as a grandmother figure by special education students, as a friend by preschool and kindergarten kidlings, as a confidant by preteens. I sometimes get greeted on the street by students I don't recognize, but they recognize me. I feel very proud of belonging to the Hagen community. I'll be brief. Please, our school needs space to operate. We could give classes in hallways. We could cover our need for a varied and up-to-date library by carrying 80 to 100 books from public libraries to our classrooms every 3 weeks. We could try giving physical or language therapy in a closet. We seek confidentiality at a corner down the hall from the school entrance. We lug furniture, we move, we make accommodations, and we welcome with open arms everyone who has arrived at our building. We've made do. I know that district personnel has been analyzing the pros and cons of what, to me, feels like an obvious and beneficial solution to our growing, and soon dual language, community. However, that empty floor in another building will remain empty. We were told it wouldn't be possible, but not told why. But our space problem persists. Please help us. Please lend your support so that we can continue being that community where you will also feel welcome and proud to be a part of. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have one more speaker from the Haugen Group, Zachary Cavett, speaker number 22, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Good morning. My name is Zachary Cavett. My daughter Ezra is 8 and has been at Hagen since preschool. Every morning, she walks into school and greets her preschool teacher because of the continuity of care, the relationships, and the community built here by Principal UT and the incredible staff have shaped her life. But that community is being strangled by overcrowding. We have teachers providing IEP services in hallways, closets converted into classrooms, administrators giving up their offices for social services. This building is maxed out, and not because of mismanagement, but because Hagen is out of space. This isn't just unacceptable, it's disgraceful. The proposed removing dedicated rooms for specials classes, eliminating preschool programming, a pillar of our neighborhood, returning shared rooms into classroom just to handle more bodies is not just an asinine solution, it's cowardly, short-sighted, and cruel to the students. Anyone who genuinely believes this is a better solution is out of touch with the community they serve. Meanwhile, Aspira Hagen, a purpose-built junior high, sits massively underutilized. This building was designed for middle school students, as the capacity, infrastructure, and specialty rooms that Hagen's upper grades simply don't have here. North River has little to no wait list, and they won't fill close to capacity. The idea that sharing resources between 2 schools in one building is too complicated is insulting. All schools share resources. Administrators already coordinate schedules, rooms, and services. Pretending that 2 schools can't function under one roof is not a real concern.
You have
It's an
30
excuse.
seconds remaining.
To deny Hagen's middle schoolers access to a modern building that was built for them is backwards and harmful. Aspira wasn't meant to be a lottery school. It was built to serve Hagen. It was built to serve Albany Park. Denying this proposal is egregious and punishes our students and community. Our families trust CPS to make decisions that lift up our children. not hold them back. You're stealing opportunities from the children you serve. You're erasing programs. You're denying our dignity and safety, and you're sending a clear message that CPS is willing to let overcrowded kids make do in closets while a modern building sits half empty down the street. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Before I call the next speaker, I do want to recognize that Member Bannon has joined the meeting at 11:37 a.m. The next two speakers are from the Academy of Global Citizenship. Brian Soto, speaker number 5.
Muy buenos días a todos. Good morning, everybody. It is an honor and a pleasure to be here. My name is Brian Soto, and I'm the Health and Wellness teacher at the Academy for Global Citizenship, an international baccalaureate school on the southwest side of Chicago. I began my teaching career there 11 wonderful years ago, and since then I've become a parent to a beautiful, curious little boy who I happily enrolled in our school's pre-K dual language program. It is with great pleasure to be here in representation of the Academy for Global Citizenship. I spoke here in front of the board almost 7 years ago during our last charter renewal when we received an almost unprecedented in length renewal that was instrumental in getting us to where we are at today. As we speak, students from Little Village, Brighton, Gage, and McKinley Park, back of the yards and the Leclerc courts, are currently sitting in a state-of-the-art learning facility that was unheard of when I was growing up in La Villita, very close to AGC. Having a 7-year seal of approval from the CPS board was instrumental in getting us access to grants, loans, and donations from various funders who support our mission and vision for public education. Those resources that our students have access to are vast, and the experiences they have within our walls are felt outside in all of the communities where our families have a presence. At AGC, we teach students that their voice matters and that they have a role in shaping the world they want to see. Our kids are encouraged to dream big, to be courageous and be brave, and to know that when they're working to be the best version of themselves, the entire community wins. Through our rigorous program of inquiry, our students learn about big topics like climate change and pollution,
You have 30
but they also
seconds.
learn about environmental justice and what it means to be an agent for change. Our educators encourage our students to take action in a variety of ways, from doing trash cleanups around our campus neighborhood to engaging in cooking activities where we use locally, organically, and seasonally grown produce. Our students and their families have direct access to our school through our on-site, have direct access to healthcare through our on-site Esperanza clinic, and the entire community has access to our on-site grocery store, cafe, and our love fridge, where we place surplus food from our self-managed school food program. Our school has 5 teaching kitchens where students discover that food is the conduit to our health and that their journey can be as delicious as it is beneficial. When I mention all of this to somebody outside of our organization, one of the first questions
Please
is about
conclude your
affordability.
remarks.
How can a public school bring so much while still maintaining a free education to our students? The answer is trust, fiscal responsibility, and a lot of love. We implore the board to once again extend us the same love and trust you did 7 years ago by granting us the longest possible charter renewal so our community can continue to inspire and focus on bringing the magic to our children's learning journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
Muchas
comments.
gracias.
Tommy Reyna, speaker number 21.
Good morning. My name is Tommy Reyna, and I'm here to advocate for the Academy for Global Citizenship, AGC, to get the longest charter renewal you can give and explain the impact AGC has had on my family. I am the proud father of 6 children. One is an AGC alumni, and he is currently studying accounting at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, and the other 5 attend AGC in grades pre-K through 6th. For my family, AGC is much more than just a school. AGC has brought access to amazing opportunities for my family. In the dual language program, they are learning in 2 languages, which will open doors for them in the future. With IB and learning through exploration, they are always motivated to learn. At AGC, my children don't just learn academics, but they have also learned to care about the community and the environment. I see the amazing kids they are, and I know the school plays a big part in that. They have learned to work as a team and respect others. They have learned to care about having clean communities for all. More importantly, at AGC, my children have learned that their voice matters. They've learned that they can make a difference, and that has motivated me to come here today and ask for the longest charter renewal so AGC can continue to do the amazing work they do for the community. As parents, we always worry about whether our children are being prepared, not just for tests, but for life. At AGC, my children are being raised with purpose, with compassion, and with a sense of responsibility for the
You have
world
30
around them.
seconds remaining.
This school does not just educate students, it builds character and hope. When you support AGC, you are not only renewing a charter, you are giving opportunities to families like mine and investing in the future of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Hannah Malassi, speaker number 7.
Good morning, President Hardin and members of the board. My name is Hannah Malassi, and I'm the Director of External Affairs for Concept Schools, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of the students and families at Chicago Math and Science Academy, or CMSA, in Rogers Park. I am asking this board to face a harsh reality. This city has a chronic, documented habit of underfunding its charter schools. By law, the state of Illinois narrowed the funding gap to ensure charters receive 97% of the per-pupil funding that district schools receive. Yet the reality is that our schools are consistently funded at about 83% per pupil. This is a massive gap, but despite being shortchanged, schools like CMSA continue to outperform local neighborhood schools. We are literally doing more with less. We are delivering high-quality STEM education, high graduation rates, and a safe environment, all while operating on a fraction of the budget that the district schools enjoy. It is time to stop the political games. The Chicago Teachers Union cannot continue to blame charters for the district's broader failures when the facts simply don't support their claims. The data shows that families choose schools like CMSA because they work. Punishing successful schools by withholding funds or threatening their existence doesn't help a single student in this city. We are asking this board to support CMSA with a favorable long-term renewal. Our track record earns it, and our families deserve that stability. Lastly, I would like to remind Board Member Debbie Pope, who's no longer in her chair, that our invitation to visit CMSA has been extended multiple times and remains open. As the District 2 representative, we urge you to hear directly from the students and families you serve before deciding their future for this renewal. Their lived experiences matter. They are CPS students and CPS families and your constituents, whose voices, stories, and communities should be at the center of this decision. We invite you publicly, although you can watch us back, to come to CMSA. See the students you represent before you vote on their future. Thank you, and happy holidays.
Thank you for your comments. The next 2 speakers are from the Illinois Network of Charter Schools. Speaker number 8, Jessica Rufino.
I was going to say good afternoon, but thank you so much for putting public comment at the beginning. Good morning. My name is President and members of the board. My name is Jessica Rufino, and I'm the Director of Charter School Growth and Support at the Illinois Network of Charter Schools. I'm also a very proud Pilsen community member and a public school graduate. I'm here on behalf of the tens of thousands of families who rely on Chicago charter public schools every day. Soon you will vote on the renewal of 15 campuses serving nearly 8,000 students. We appreciate so much the board members and CPS staff who have visited our schools and seen the great work happening every day. Programs from IB, as you heard earlier, dual language, bilingual education, and STEM are present every day and built by teachers and families together. On behalf of our students, your engagement matters for everyone up for renewal, as well as those that are not. Charter public schools are community anchors. They provide safe, supportive environments where students are known and where their families build strong relationships. They strengthen the neighborhoods that they serve. But short-term renewals undermine that stability. When schools are forced into renewal cycles every other year, instruction is disrupted due to the uncertainty that causes for families, educators, and community members. Excuse me. Short-term renewals are not about quality and harm student success. Families deserve the same stability as any other CPS.
You have 30 seconds
expects.
remaining.
Our ask is simple. Grant schools a minimum of 5-year terms and 7 to 10-year renewal terms for schools demonstrating the highest quality. A long-term renewal allows schools to retain teachers, make meaningful investments in student programming, and plan for the future with confidence. Students can thrive without disruption. On behalf of the charter community, I urge you to prioritize stability, continuity, and equity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Allison Jack, speaker number 9.
Good morning, President Hardin, Dr. King, and members of the board. My name is Allison Jack, and I'm here on behalf of the 55,000 charter public school families across Chicago who continue to bear the consequences of a funding system that does not treat their students equitably. We know that Chicago has a painful history with school closures. You've heard more details about that today. It's heartbreaking, but what's often overlooked in that is that these closures aren't happening because communities have turned away from their schools. They're happening because charter schools in Chicago have been chronically underfunded for years. CPS has funded charter students at just 83 cents on the dollar compared to district managed schools, but this board can do something about that. Charters want to pay their teachers fairly. Charters know that teachers are the lifeblood of any school, and you can help them do that. It is almost impossible to survive on 83% of what a charter needs and is owed according to state statute. The math doesn't work. And unlike CPS, charter schools cannot borrow against future revenue or take on debt in the same way a district can. And when budgets break, the only option is to cut programs, lay off staff, or worst case scenario, close their doors. Charters are committed to their teachers and communities. They're not failing their students. They're being failed by an inequitable system and not being supported by their partners. Every single charter school that has faced closure in the past few years is a unionized school represented by the Chicago Teachers Union. If only the CTU would advocate for fair funding for charters instead of calling them failed experiments, instead of coming up here and begging them for jobs for their teachers. Please support your 33% of charter school teachers work in unionized schools. We want the CTU to advocate for those teachers. Funding schools equitably is not a budget problem. It's a value statement. Chicago students attending charters deserve the same investment, the same opportunity, and the same stability as all CPS students. Funding charter schools equitably isn't about politics or adult interest. It's doing what's right for children.
Please conclude your remarks.
If you believe every student in Chicago deserves a fair chance, then equitable funding for charter public schools cannot wait. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Joanna Smith, speaker number 11.
Good morning. My name is Joanna Smith, and I am with the Illinois Network of Charter Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the value of strong collaboration between our charter schools and the board, as well as CPS. Chicago is home to approximately 119 charter schools, each deeply committed to partnering with this board to ensure every student in our city has access to a school that meets their needs and helps them reach their fullest potential. That commitment is strengthened when we have opportunities to connect directly with you in our buildings. To date, board members have visited more than 65 charter campuses across the city, and our school communities have been truly delighted to welcome you. These visits matter. With 95% of our students being children of color and 85% qualifying for free and reduced lunch, the charter model was designed to ensure that students who have historically been underserved can access schools that respond directly to their strengths, interests, and aspirations. Charter schools open doors for children by creating learning environments that are intentionally designed around who they are and who they can become. And they demonstrate what is possible in public education by piloting innovative approaches that, when successful, can be scaled to benefit students across the entire city.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
We are especially grateful to board members Dr. Smith, Ms. Biggs, Ms. Boyle, Mr. Rivas, Mr. Gutierrez, to name a few, for your extraordinary commitment to spending so much time getting to know our schools. Your engagement sends a powerful message about your commitment to our educators, students, and families, and it helps build the trust that makes true partnership possible. We appreciate the opportunity to collaborate with board members and smaller working groups on critical policy issues such as Go CPS, equity in school funding, and renewal processes that provide the stability our schools need to remain strong. These conversations deepen our shared understanding and move us closer to a district where every child, regardless of background, zip code, or school type, has access to a supportive, high-performing public school. Thank you for your continued partnership and for your commitment to all of Chicago's students.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Maricela Salazar Villarreal, speaker number 17.
Muy buenos días, les saludo respetuosamente. Mi nombre es Maricela Salazar Villarreal. Soy miembro del Concilio Multilingüe de Padres de la Ciudad de Chicago y vengo el día de hoy nuevamente como representante de los 97,000 alumnos bilingües de CPS y sus familias, nuevamente trayéndoles a la mesa algunos puntos importantes sobre la educación bilingüe. El que cada vez más números de alumnos que no están cumpliendo con las calificaciones establecidas para superar el examen de Access debería de ser una alerta para ustedes, directivos de CPS. Esto denota que los programas bilingües necesitan de mejoras y actualizaciones inmediatas, tales como calidad en el currículum y materiales adecuados e impartido por el personal con las calificaciones necesarias. Desde los primeros años de formación, es la fórmula que evitará las evidentes problemáticas que vemos actualmente en las escuelas de CPS. Alumnos que permanecen en los programas 3, 4, 5 años adicionales, niños con desventajas académicas y lingüísticas, salones con maestros sin la certificación necesaria, salones sin el material necesario, alumnos de secundaria a los que se les exige créditos de clases en español sin que cuenten con un currículum adecuado. Este año, ustedes decidieron recortar considerables fondos en el programa de OME, lo cual hace que la brecha sea aún más grande para nuestros estudiantes del programa
Tiene
bilingüe.
30 segundos, por favor.
Una de las pérdidas más significativas fue la cancelación del programa que brinda apoyo e instrucción durante 16 semanas a alumnos con atraso educativo impartido en 157 escuelas. Por favor, noten este número, 157 escuelas. Se necesita con urgencia de parte de ustedes un examen minucioso de los programas bilingües de CPS. Es imperativo que conozcan a los niños, a sus familias, a quienes ustedes sirven, que sepan sus necesidades y de esta manera hagan las decisiones
Gracias
adecuadas.
por sus comentarios. Por favor, concluyan.
Hoy les pedimos restituyan los fondos para las tutorías ya mencionadas y otorguen fondos para la adquisición del currículum de nuestros jóvenes de secundaria. Estamos a su disposición para el diálogo abierto y constructivo. No descansaremos en nuestra abogacía, pues lo que nos motiva es la justicia e igualdad para todos los niños de las escuelas públicas de Chicago. Los invito a nuestra próxima reunión. Ya les había dejado el calendario.
Por favor,
Nuestra
concluya.
siguiente reunión es diciembre 11 a las 9 de la mañana en el colegio de Malcolm X. Ojalá se tomen el tiempo de acompañarnos. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. We'll have the statement translated.
Miren, al diciembre 11 a las
Most respectful greetings. My name is Maricela Salazar, member of the Chicago Multilingual Parents Council. I am here today once again to represent the more than 97,000 students enrolled in bilingual programs and their families who face difficult challenges in the current education system. That the number of students unable to obtain passing scores in the Access test only increases with time, should raise loud and worrying alarm bells to you, CPS leaders. It indicates that bilingual programs require immediate improvements and updates. Implementing high-quality education with adequate material and curriculum, taught by staff members with the necessary qualifications from the first years of child development, is the formula that will prevent the problems that are evident at CPS schools nowadays. For example, students that remain at the programs for 3, 4, or even 5 additional years. Students with academic and linguistic disadvantages. Classrooms where teachers don't have the required certification. Classrooms without adequate materials. High school students who are required to have credits for Spanish language classes at schools without the curriculums to properly teach them. This year, you decided to make considerable cuts to OMME funds, which will widen the gaps faced by our bilingual program students. One of the most significant losses was the cancellation of the program that provided support and instruction for 16 weeks to students with educational delays. This program was available in 157 schools, which no longer have it. Please note this number, 157 schools. We urgently need you to hold a detailed review of CPS's bilingual programs. It is imperative that you get to know the children and families whom you serve, as well as their needs. That way, you can make the correct decisions. Today, we ask that you restore the funds for the aforementioned tutoring and that you assign funds for acquiring the curriculum for high school students. We are at your disposal for an open and constructive dialogue. We will not rest in our advocacy because what motivates us is justice and equality for all the children at Chicago Public Schools. I invite you to our next meeting at December 11 at 9 a.m. at Malcolm X School. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacqueline Lewis, speaker number 19, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Hello, President Hardin, Dr. King, and board members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Jacqueline Lewis, a retired educator of the Chicago Public Schools. Over the course of my 34 years of service, inclusive of librarian, gifted instruction, and math coordinator, I developed a deep appreciation for the importance of education and the transformative power of learning. Of late, it has been brought to my attention that so much has changed in our schools that has been caused by factors such as the interruption of educational progress during the COVID pandemic, advances in technology that bring reliance on the internet and telephone, and the removal of basic curriculum in language arts, math, social studies, including civics, and character traits. Also, preparing students for testing may limit time for a broader level of instruction in the various subject areas. However, with all of the test preparation, recent data shows that approximately only 22% of 11th graders were proficient in reading on state exams in 2024. Because of these unfortunate shifts, it appears that more students have behavioral issues and don't seem to be thinking critically.
You have 30
We might agree
seconds
that
remaining.
we might agree that people will need to read, write, and engage meaningful discussion and use basic math in order to participate in living full, productive lives. Good jobs, healthy households, financial security, etc., and self-esteem, to name a few desired outcomes, are all at stake as we grow into adulthood. Some suggestions would be learning cursive, which would allow them to sign legal documents. Reading lists for each grade level will encourage the love for reading. Also, incorporating writing with technology and assignments will develop those skills concurrently. Computers at public libraries are
Please
available
conclude your
for
remarks.
students. I'll end by saying that CPS in this day and time is still doing a terrific job, and I am just looking for ways to help. So I'd love to join discussions with others who care. Again, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Lynetta Thomas, speaker number 20.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Chicago Public Schools is violating the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, specifically Title 34, CFR Section 300-116 and Title 34 CFR Section 300-146 by refusing to revoke my daughter Angel's parentally placed status and by refusing to consider her Catholic school as a legitimate district placement where her full IEP, including a SICA, must be implemented. My name is Lynetta Thomas. I am a CPS graduate, an Army veteran, and the mother of 3 children, all of whom receive special education services. CPS has failed each of them. My oldest daughter has autism. She struggled with severe social anxiety and early reading delays. She was bullied because she couldn't read at first, and CPS did not intervene. Her emotional well-being collapsed so badly that she had to finish her remaining years, she's only 11, so her remaining years that she was in CPS Virtual Academy. What makes CPS's conduct worse is that when my oldest transferred to the Catholic school, CPS promised that after a 10-day observation, they would assign her a SICA at the Catholic school, and her licensed therapist formally recommended SICA support in writing. CPS never delivered it. A written, medically supported service was simply ignored. My middle daughter never attended
You have
CPS.
30 seconds remaining.
Never attended CPS in person, only in CPS Virtual Academy. 30 seconds. Okay. My youngest daughter, she has SLD, specific learning disability. CPS has refused to give her a SEEKR at her Catholic school, saying that it's not available. That is a lie and it's illegal. I am letting you know and putting you all on notice that I am going to file a federal lawsuit against CPS if my daughter is not allotted her SICA and given her Catholic school as a district placement, because I am a master's student in special education, and I know for a fact that IDEA does not stop parochial schools from receiving public education special education supports. But CPS has refused to give me a prior written notice so that I can get that. I have an appointment December 10th, another IEP, December 10th with CPS because they're refusing the prior written notice, which is illegal under IEDEA law.
Please
I
conclude
will
your
be
remarks.
filing this lawsuit if no one comes to that meeting and makes sure that my daughter has her SICA assigned at the Catholic school she's at, because CPS let kids go into these schools, that mother and her children just got their butts beat at that school. And the only option CPS has for me is for my child, my 7-year-old, to go to a neighborhood school by herself that doesn't open until 8:30, and my other kids got to be at school at 6:30 a.m. I will not leave my child in no neighborhood school by herself, and she has never been in a neighborhood school.
Please conclude your
CPS
remarks.
does not pray. CPS does not care about the kids like you all pretend you do. I want my kids in a God-fearing school. I don't want her to get the ideology I know from when I was going to the school board and running for the school board on behalf of CCU, that Planned Parenthood is planning to put LGBTQIA history inside of CPS, and I will not allow that for my children. That I want them to be in a God-fearing school. They're in a Catholic school, and that school is the best thing for my kids, and it's the best thing for a free and appropriate public education. Stop denying my 7-year-old her SICA just because she doesn't go to your driven and manipulated public school system.
Thank you for your comments. The next 2 speakers are from Acero Charter Schools. Tiffany Negron, speaker number 23.
Good morning. My name is Tiffany Negron, and I'm the case manager at the Acero Fuentes and Clemente campuses. I'm also the vice chair of elementary schools for the Acero Council of CTU Educators. I'm here today to thank you and to ask for your continued support. Because of your help, 5 of our campuses have the opportunity to move forward as they transition into CPS. You showed your care for our hurting communities and commitment to our children by passing a resolution to move us forward with CPS. However, we need your help making sure these communities can remain truly whole as intended. I'm pleading with you to urge CPS to expedite the interview process for our current qualified teachers and staff. This will allow staff to make educated decisions as we embark on our layoff meetings with Acero in the coming weeks. In order for our school communities to remain whole, we need as many of our current certified educators as possible to stay. This starts with knowing whether or not they'll be offered a position. The 5 advisory councils were able to work with CPS on an expedited process to interview and select our principals. So why will CPS not agree to do the same for interviewing and hiring our teachers and staff? We've heard every excuse in the book for why more time is needed. Why is it that the parents were able to move quickly per CPS's request to choose new principals, but CPS cannot move quickly to solidify the rest of the staff? Why is CPS not holding themselves to the same standard they're setting for parents? The physical buildings are not what keep our school families whole. It's the people inside. Parents want to keep as many of our staff members as possible. You've shown us before that you do care about our communities.
You have 30
share
seconds remaining.
and you're committed to protecting our children. Please show your support once again by forcing CPS to do what is best for our kids and get these interviews going. We need to move forward with answers now. This year, I also became a CPS parent for the first time. My son is a pre-K3 student at Deverett Elementary. I'm watching, I am taking note, and I'm networking with other CPS parents. CPS, now is the time to show me what you are made of. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker from Acero is Olga Ramirez, speaker number 29, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Hello, I am Olga Ramirez, the second grade bilingual teacher at Rufino Tamayo School. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Board of Education for their support. Last year, the board played a vital role in our school's transition to CPS. As one of the Acero charter schools set to transition to the CPS next year, Tamayo is at a critical point. A resolution was passed with the goal of maximizing student and staff retention during this transition. However, we have not received any assurance from our future employer regarding our job security for the upcoming year. Having worked at Tamayo for over 8 years, I had the opportunity to build a strong community with students, their families, and I am also proud of my colleagues' commitment to providing our students with the necessary support. So when our students ask me about my future plans and being here after the transition, I am unable to respond. And I know that my colleagues are facing similar challenges as they're asked the same thing. As a former CPS student, I drew comfort and a sense of security from the sense of community that I belong to, and with the presence of familiar teachers that made the school a place where I felt supported. Therefore, I would like to request clarification on our job security for the next year. Our students deserve the best, and their teachers and advocates that we want to assure that we can continue to provide them with the necessary support. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Danielle Carter, speaker number 24.
Okay.
My name is Danielle Carter Walters, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the people in this city. This city continues to overlook while it reaches deeper into their pockets. Property taxes aren't going up because our neighborhoods are improving. They're going up because the city of Chicago continues to treat taxpayers like an endless resource to tap into every time political pressures rises. In the Chicago's Teachers Union, they have this city so locked down that families are barely able to keep their homes, while CTU leadership is taking international trips funded by the very people struggling to stay afloat. While homeowners fight just to survive, the city is funneling more than $500 million in TIF funds, money that was supposed to rebuild neighborhoods, into CPS just to maintain unsustainable contracts. That money was meant to strengthen our communities, not prop up a system that refuses to change. And now, CPS is expanding capacity for illegal alien enrollment, asking taxpayers to support an entirely separate school
You have 30
system
seconds remaining.
while our children, schools are overcrowded, unresourced, and falling behind. That is not compassion, that is exploitation, plain and simple. If you want to understand a city's priorities, just look at who they invest in and who they ignore. And right now, Chicago is ignoring homeowners, working families, seniors, the very neighborhoods that are being taxed out of existence. Meanwhile, the political insiders and their allies are living off the benefits.
Please conclude your
Chicago
remarks.
deserves better. We deserve a government that respects us, not one that treats us like a bottomless ATM machine. We deserve schools that put our children first. We deserve TIF dollars that actually rebuild our communities. And we deserve leadership that is honest, transparent, and accountable. I'm Danielle Carter Walters, and I'm telling you right now, Chicago Flips Red will continue to demand answers, expose the truth, and stand with the people who fund this entire system. We will not stop until residents of this city
Please
get the
conclude your
respect
remarks.
and fairness they deserve. And one last thing, we need those CTU audits because we need to know where our money is going. Our problem is not a billionaire not paying their fair share. Our problem is the Johnson administration and CTU have a stealing and mismanagement problem. That's the problem.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Alexandra Usher, speaker number 27.
Good morning. My name is Alexandra Usher, and I'm the Director of Data and Research at the To and Through Project, part of the Kirsten Institute for Urban Education at the University of Chicago, previously the Urban Education Institute. Each year, we report high school graduation, college enrollment, and college graduation rates. We wanted to make sure members of the board and members of our city are aware of this report and our findings, which we just released yesterday with our colleagues at the UChicago Consortium on School Research. First, we continue to see near record highs in CPS students graduating from high school, immediately enrolling in college, and in the number of CPS alumni who are graduating from college with degrees or certificates. 7,368 students from the class of 2018. High school graduation and college enrollment rates are on par with national averages, and CPS's college enrollment rate, 66%, is actually 5 percentage points higher than the national average. Many neighbors, families, and even educators across our city aren't aware of this success. It's important to recognize the big improvements CPS has made in post-secondary advising and enrollment support in collaboration with many local organizations. Together as a system and a city, we have created the conditions that allow these students and families to access higher education. But there's also room to improve. The most recent college completion rate for CPS graduates, 48%, is below the national average of 64%. This means many students are starting college and not finishing with a degree or certificate within 6 years.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
CPS can improve support here, and we know they're working on it. But students also need a lot of support from their higher ed institutions and our city's resources more broadly for things like housing and basic needs for them and their families. 83% of CPS seniors say they want to earn a post-secondary credential, and it remains the best path to a sustainable income. Let's celebrate improvements that help students meet these goals and the success of CPS students and alumni. In the face of today's local and federal challenges, we also need to sustain and deepen our collective support for Chicago's students. We're here as a resource to the board and all Chicago community members in these collective efforts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our last speaker from the speakers list is Ashton Liang, speaker number 30, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Hi, I'm Ashton Lang. I'm a junior at Walter Payne College Prep, and I'm here today to propose a practical, cost-neutral policy shift that strengthens student well-being and supports CPS's long-term attendance goals. Reclassifying legally protected mental health days as their own category, separate from the district's 8 sick days. Under CPS policy, a student who uses a state-protected mental health day loses one of their limited sick days. This forces students, especially those with chronic illnesses, disabilities, or family caregiving responsibilities, to choose between tending to their mental health and preserving days from unexpected illnesses. By forcing students into an unflexible ultimatum, we discourage students from taking mental health day until their stress escalates into school avoidance, disengagement, and ultimately more absences. We know the board takes attendance and truancy seriously, and so do we. This proposal actually strengthens attendance in 3 important ways. 1, early intervention reduces chronic absenteeism. Allowing students to take a mental health day without penalty helps them manage stress early, preventing the burnout and multi-day truancies that Wong et al. 2025 found occur when support is delayed. 2, clear categories improve data and interventions. Separating mental health days from sick days gives CPS clearer insight into attendance patterns, enabling more targeted and effective support. 3, students return more ready to learn. A single intentional mental health day helps students reset before problems escalate. One well-timed day can prevent many future absences and keep students engaged. This proposal does not increase the number of excused absences.
You have 30
it
seconds
simply
remaining.
ensures that the 5 mental health days already granted by Illinois law are correctly classified and used.
Speaker 30, Ashton Lang, are you still on? We'll reach out to that speaker to get her statement and submit it to the board. I do want to, we do have one elected official who would like to address the board. Alderwoman Jeanette Taylor from the 20th Ward and Education Chairwoman, who's joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Alderwoman Jeanette Taylor. My apologies for the noise in the background. We are getting ready for a housing meeting. I wanted to address the board today about the sales of CPS schools. There is no real legislation and collaboration with Chicago Public Schools in order to make sure that the process is safe, that the process is inclusive to the community, and that the process gives everybody an opportunity to repurpose these buildings. These buildings have sat vacant in the community, a lot of them since 2013, and it is time for the city and Chicago Public School to take action to get those schools repurposed. What I would appreciate is a real conversation, real collaboration, and a real commitment from Chicago Public Schools to work together of how these buildings are repurposed. There was an attempt to do that with some of the schools. The process was open and I was notified 2 weeks after. That is a collaboration. That is Chicago Public Schools doing what it's done historically, which is ignore the elected officials and the community as a whole. I want to see us do something different. I want to see us have a conversation. Through my office, we took the time to take people to see the space. We had conversations with young people. We also have data of what the community wanted those buildings to be purposed for. And so what I'm asking from the board today is to have a conversation. We create legislation and we come up with a way for those schools to be repurposed in a way that repairs the harm that was done with those buildings was closed. Thank you. I hope you all have a good holiday.
Thank you for your comments. President Harden, this concludes public participation.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with the business portion of the meeting. Interim Superintendent, CEO Dr. King, we're ready for presentations.
Good afternoon. We'll begin with the presentation from the Office of Student Protections and Title IX update.
Good afternoon, President Harden, board
Good afternoon.
members, Dr. King. I'm probably going to mess this up when I'm responsible for the clicker, so I apologize in advance. My name is Elizabeth Mendoza-Brown, Chief Title IX Officer in the Office of Student Protections and Title IX and Equal Opportunity Compliance Office. I appreciate the opportunity to spend some time with you this afternoon to discuss OSP's work in school year 25. So today we'll primarily review school year 25 data since we were supposed to present in October. The next time we meet in the spring, I'll provide school year preliminary information for school year 26. So today we'll go over reports that our office received in school year 25, the investigations we opened. We'll talk about cases broken down by investigation type, some student demographics, also talk about our school year 25 training data, and then what we did to prepare for school year 26. So let's dig into the data. As you are already aware, OSP receives reported incidents of sexual misconduct between students, bias-based harm between students and staff to students, and physical abuse, corporal punishment, or verbal abuse allegations by staff towards students. OSP also receives incidents of sexual misconduct from adults to students, but those are reviewed by OSP and then ultimately referred to the Office of Inspector General for additional review. And what you see on screen is you'll see a three-year comparison. For school year 25, you will see we received approximately 12,000 reports. While it is a 46% increase from school year 25, you will see that it's a slight decrease from school year 24. Over the 3 years, you will see the trends are similar, where incidents increasing around October, again around February and March, and then again at the end of the school year around May. Those are the reports we received. So of the reports received, we opened in school year 25, OSP opened about 4,100 cases, a 6% increase from school year 24. So while the number of reports slightly decreased, the cases opened are slightly higher. And the cases opened can be cases led by the office of, by our office, Student Protections, or delegated to the school for school-based investigations. Typically, OSP investigators handle higher level harm or complex investigation. So here's a comparison from school year 24 and school year 25. You will see a 9% decrease in reports received from school year 24, a 6% increase in cases open. Our case types are broken down in 3 buckets or categories: student to student sexual misconduct, bias-based harm, and general staff misconduct. You will see the case composition stayed relatively stable, with sexual misconduct remaining the most frequent type of harm addressed by OSP, and slight decreases in bias-based harm and general staff misconduct cases. So now we'll talk by each case type, broken down by case type. For student-to-student sexual misconduct cases, OSP opened 2,064 investigations in school year 25. In the top right corner, you will see the breakdown of cases investigated by OSP and cases investigated by the school, or like I said, school-based investigations. There were 246 OSP investigated sexual misconduct cases. And like I said, those are typically the most severe or complex. But it's important to note that all sexual misconduct has varying degrees of impact on our students and school communities. We continue to see allegations of sex-based harassment as the highest percentage of cases at about 50%. I do want to highlight one comparison from last year. Our dating violence cases have experienced a 70% increase from school year 24. This is something that our team is looking into. We're also collaborating with other departments, and particularly we're looking for partner organizations to help us conduct intensive workshops with students who are engaged in this behavior. Now we move on to bias-based harm cases. Bias-based harm occurs when a student reports harassment or discrimination by an adult or student on the basis of a protected category. These allegations include racial discrimination, gender orientation-based discrimination, or national origin-based harassment. In school year 25, OSP opened 1,117 investigations. While overall bias-based harm cases decreased slightly by 2%, race-related harassment discrimination allegations accounted for 63% of cases opened. This is a 26% increase in that category from school year 25. National origin discrimination and harassment cases experienced a decrease of 18%, which is promising. General staff misconduct is a term that encompasses several different types of adult-to-student harm, including corporal punishment, physical abuse, and verbal abuse. This also includes failure to report cases. So if during the review of an incident or during the course of the investigation, it is found that staff potentially did not report allegations mandated by the reporting of child abuse policy. In school year 25, OSP opened 998 investigations of general staff misconduct. Approximately 20% of those investigations rose to the level of OSP-led investigations. While we saw an increase in failure to report cases from school year 25, about 4.8% increase, over the summer, OSP collaborated with our law department to provide additional training to all administrators during the mandatory summer law conference to prevent future instances of failure to report. As for case findings, OSP closed a record number of 435 cases in school year 25. It should be noted that those investigations also include investigations opened in prior school years. While we implemented measures and metrics at the start of school year 25 to increase our team's accountability in completing investigations in a timely manner, I do really want to commend our investigators and our director for leading those efforts in providing resolution to our students and staff, despite the continued increase of investigations that were assigned to them throughout the year. In addition to the closed cases, 16 Title IX cases were resolved through informal resolution. It is a process afforded by the Title IX regulations. It's an elective restorative process in lieu of an investigation that provides students agency and choice and balances support and accountability between both students. So now we'll do some brief demographic on our complainant. So for this purpose, complainant is a student for our office, is a student who experienced the harm. So overall for school year 25, Latino and Black students were our most represented students as complainants in all OSP case types. And 35% of our complainants identified as students with disabilities. We will dig a little bit deeper in the next 3 slides. For all OSP case types, 57% of our cases occurred in 5th through 9th grade. 5th and 9th grade represents 36% of the CPS student population. This is similar to school year 24, where the highest level of incidents occurred in middle school. So now we'll go through each case type and the complainant demographic. For our student-to-student sexual misconduct cases, you will see that race and ethnicity shifts here, with Latino students representing 44% of our complainants. 60% of our complainants identified as female, and 32% of our students identified as students with disabilities. And aligning with our overall complainant demographic, 52 complainants were in 5th through 8th grade. With our bias-based harm cases, our complainant demographic profile changes a bit. 40% of our complainants identified as Black, 36% as Latino, and 14% as white. Different from our sexual misconduct cases, 56% of our complainants identified as male. And again, our complainants were concentrated in 5th through 7th grade. For students involved in staff misconduct cases, we again see some variations. 50% of our students identified as Black, with only 8% of identifying as white. Males experienced higher rates of alleged abuse at 62%, and 32% of our complainants identified as students with disabilities. While several prevention measures have been rolled out over the years through awareness campaigns, training, and staff training and policy updates, we still see there's work to be done on preventing abuse to our students and staff. We are in preliminary discussion with the Office of Students with Disabilities and OSCL to discuss additional training and support opportunities for our staff regarding students with disabilities. Our team didn't find any trends in grade level for this case type, but the highest number of alleged abuse cases came from students in kindergarten and third grade. So for school year 25, as you know, OSP creates and disseminates the annual mandatory Protecting Chicago Children training, or PCC training as we call it, for all staff and covered individuals, adults in the district. And we also track compliance for DCFS mandated reported training. We ensure compliance with state and district policy, state law and district policy. For school year 25, approximately 82% of district-wide staff completed the mandatory training, and we want that number to be higher. So this year we are doing an audit. Actually, the audit is currently underway on tracking the completion rate for that PCC training, because I would like to get as close to 100% as we can. We're also partnering with the Office of Network Support to help us push the messaging to have our staff ensure they take the training. OSP also creates and disseminates mandatory bystander intervention training for staff, and compliance rate for that was 72%. While not included in this slide, but I also would like to note the corrective actions training conducted by OSP. Employees are referred either by the Office of Inspector General or the Law Department after receiving a report of concerning behavior of staff. This training, the corrective action training, is designed to stop problematic behavior exhibited by staff that could lead to policy violations or more serious harm if the behavior continues. In school year 25, OSP conducted 115 individualized training for employees. So what we did to prepare for school year 26, one of our core strategies in prevention is awareness. For school year 26, we updated our awareness materials, including information on staff obligations on how to report harm, and postcards for students to take home or to carry with them, and how to report directly to OSP if they don't feel comfortable reporting to a school staff. These materials were delivered to schools in early August to ensure posting and availability by the start of the school year. For school year 26, we updated our PCC training to include Title VI and bias-based harm content and including general staff misconduct to reduce the number of trainings district staff need to take. We've heard from staff that we require a lot of trainings, which we should, but we combine the trainings in hopes to increase compliance. Our team also created specific equal opportunity and compliance trainings for staff and managers. We updated our student protection school representative training, and that training is specifically designed for school administrators conducting school-based investigations. We trained over 169 school protection school representatives over the summer. And in addition to our mandatory staff training, our team also created and rolled out our annual student-facing OSP training, which educates students on how to recognize and report sexual misconduct, bias-based harm, and abuse. We are also able to continue our expansion of training educators in pre-K through 12 bystander intervention curriculum, with 45 schools trained in the curriculum to introduce bystander intervention principles as early as possible to increase students' sense of belonging and reduce bias-based harm. Finally, over the summer, OSP held our annual cohort of our Civil Rights Scholars Program. The Civil Rights Scholars Program is designed for students 10th through 12th grade to learn to prevent, interrupt, and respond to bias-based harm through social justice topics, skill building, project development, and participating in experiential learning opportunities and fostering a sense of community. We also held our Civil Rights in Action cohort, which is the only adult bias-based harm prevention programming through OSP, designed for school administrators and network leaders. The program uses experiential learning to connect the U.S. civil rights movement to both racially disproportionate rates of discipline and bias-based behaviors in schools to help school leaders inform their practices. The next two slides will just provide a quick snapshot of our preliminary school year 26 data. Some good news, we do see a small decrease in overall reports and cases opened for the first quarter of school year 26. The only increase we see is in general staff misconduct cases, so we'll continue to monitor that. And again, through hopefully increasing our compliance efforts for training, we'll hopefully see that level off or decrease, hopefully decrease. And then this is just to show you of OSP investigative cases where we're trending. And you'll see for August and September were relatively lower. We see in October of this year, we go right back on track for previous years. That wraps up my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Board members, are there any questions or comments? Member Smith.
Thank you. Thank you for such a thorough report. When we talk about bias-based harms, and I saw the high number of boys who are experiencing bias-based harms, I didn't see the demographic. We showed demographics of other types of harms, but what was that demographic of boys who are experiencing bias-based harms, as well as the types of harm, bias-based harms we see those boys receiving? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I can get you the breakdown later today. I can get you the breakdown of what type of harm those boys are experiencing. We didn't break it down like that. We just wanted to provide a quick snapshot that just requires just a little bit more digging, but I'm happy to provide that to you later.
Okay, and then the demographic of boys who are receiving that high number of...
Yes, I will add that too. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I have one question. DeBerry, please.
I just want to use this time to make a correction. Rogers Park School CMSA, Chicago Math and Science, is actually represented by me, Ebony D. Berry, and not Debbie Pope.
Thank you for the clarification. Question for you.
Yes.
Your awareness campaign, does it include social media?
It does not at this time. Thank you. We did last year. We haven't this year yet. We had to cut our marketing budget, if I'm being totally honest. But that is something our team has talked about, like what we can do internally to help kind of push that forward that aligns with the district's overall marketing protocols. So that is, and what I have been asking the team to think about is specifically like there's Sexual Assault Awareness Month and Dating Violence Month. And really that's an opportunity to really engage with our kids and promote awareness. So thank you for that question.
Yeah, we really encourage you to use social media. Obviously becomes a medium for connecting with students.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Member Lopez.
Thank you, Board President. Thank you for the presentation. Definitely a lot of work that still needs to be done, but thank you for that information. And one of the other items you mentioned at the beginning of school year, there's material that gets sent, home with students. Wondering how often does it happen throughout the school year, and also what is the information in parent engagement when it comes to the trainings? Thank you.
You're welcome. So last year we rolled out our very first OSP parent video that's publicly available on our website. And that discusses how do I recognize abuse by staff, how to recognize any bias-based harm, sexual misconduct between students, and also on how to report, and talks about the process that students go through when reporting to OSP. So we do have that parent training. We did last year, I think we held 8 or 10 parent workshops to talk about that work. But we didn't get a lot of participation, and we offered it in different parent universities and hoping to engage, but we didn't get a lot of participation from parents. So we're trying to rework for this school year on what that can look like, because it seemed like we didn't quite hit the mark we wanted to hit last year. So that's still in development for this year. And then for the students, it goes out in the beginning of the year with the back to school bash. They get our postcards. Throughout the year, we work with our SPSRs, which is the Student Protection School Representatives, to help bring awareness on how to report to OSP or that we exist, because I think we want to make sure students know that we are a resource.
Member Brown. Thank you very much for your report.
Thank you for your time.
Our next presentation will be an update from the Office of Inspector General.
Thank you, board members. My name is Phil Wagenknecht. I'm the Inspector General, and I'm presenting today with an update of our sexual allegations unit cases that we provide twice a year. So this first slide in the presentation provides our case intake numbers. It presents them over the last 4 years. I spoke a little bit in the spring about the fact that our sexual allegations unit narrowed the scope of the cases that we are taking at intake to ensure that we're prioritizing sexual misconduct cases. For the first several years of the sexual allegations unit since its inception in 2018, we took a high number of cases where sexual misconduct wasn't actually alleged. And so about a year and a half ago, we narrowed that scope. In this table sort of reflects that reduction in intake numbers over the last 2 years. As you can see, the top two lines for fiscal years 23 and 24 similarly track higher numbers, and then this year and last year are on a similar trajectory. Last school year, we opened 246 cases and closed 336. So, you know, for us in our efforts to manage our high case volume, that was a strong effort on our part to reduce our case volume and make a larger dent into our backlog of cases by closing, you know, nearly 100 more cases than we opened. In this current fiscal year, we've opened 51 cases and closed 84 cases. And the total numbers since 2018, when we began the unit, we opened 2,700 cases and closed 2,400. We also track job categories of the subjects of our investigations. Here we present the top 6 job categories that over the last 3 years. We monitor these to identify trends and suggest improvements or concerning changes and share those observations with the district. Notably, years ago, when in the early years of the SAU, we quickly recognized that there was a disproportionately high number of security guards that were frequently subjects of our investigations, and that's something that, you know, we worked with safety and security on and made improvements in that area. You know, I'll note that for this current fiscal year, 41% of cases involve teachers. That's a lower number than the overall proportion of teachers. This also, just to be clear, these are not just the sexual allegations unit does not only investigate CPS staff. We investigate any CPS affiliated adults in cases where a student has been a victim of sexual misconduct. So of course that includes charter school employees. It includes CPS vendors, charter school vendors, volunteers. So, you know, just to be clear, this is not simply a reflection of like CPS staff. This is, you know, an aggregation of data across several different employers and in different job types, whether those are employees or contractors or volunteers. One number for this current year is significantly lower. It's substitute teachers. Last year, they were 13% of our cases were substitute teachers. This year, so far, it's 2%. So I'm just sort of noting that it's a relatively small sample size at this point. So we'll see what that looks like at the end of the year. But so far, there's fewer cases involving substitutes. We also track our allegations across high schools versus elementary schools. On a per student basis, the high school allegation rate is 3.7 times higher than the elementary school rate so far this year. Last year, we had 26 individuals pulled or blocked from high schools, which was 60%, and 18 individuals from elementary schools, which was 40%. So far this year, we're at a similar ratio. This chart shows the top 10 categories of allegations so far this year that we've received in our sexual allegations unit upon intake. The majority of these cases are in the concerning category, which is where the report is not specifically alleged sexual misconduct per se, but the concerning behavior alleged is concerning enough that we've, opened the matter. As you can see in this chart, so far this year, we've opened 9 cases where sexual abuse was alleged, 2 cases where a sexual act was alleged. So collectively, those cases with sexual abuse or acts actually articulated, those have been about 22% of our cases so far this year. So far this year, we've substantiated 19 cases. Again, these aren't the cases. The last slide presented cases coming in the door this fiscal year. This is cases that have gone out the door this fiscal year. So most of these cases would have been initiated in previous school years. But so far this year, we've substantiated 19 cases with reports issued to the board and issued 25 not substantiated reports. So we've had more reports of unsubstantiated cases than substantiated thus far. We've also referred 20 cases to other departments and closed 20 additional cases without a report based on the level of the conduct in those cases. So far this year, we have 31 staff members that are pulled, removed from the school while the investigation is pending. 5 individuals have been pulled or blocked following, 5 individuals that were pulled or blocked. 5 of those individuals were pulled or blocked this year since the school year began. And 14 individuals so far this year have been reinstated after at the OIG's recommendation after initial fact gathering in the case. 8 individuals who were subjects of an OIG investigation have been fired or resigned or retired so far this school year. One thing we've spoken frequently about in public presentations is the number of teachers who have been removed from the classroom while our investigations are pending. With the obvious disruption to the school when teachers aren't there and schools have to make do with substitute teachers, we realize that, that of course that's very challenging, and we've tried to prioritize those cases to minimize that disruption as much as we can. And those efforts have been effective over the last several years, as you can see in this chart. In early 22, we had as many as 38 teachers removed from the classroom while our cases were pending. Currently, that number is down to 10 CPS employed teachers as of today's date. 7 of them are 7 of those cases are currently involved in active fact gathering, and 3 of them are in our final stages. We're preparing reports. This is our overall case inventory. As of November, we had 178 cases where the investigations were active, and an additional 150 cases where the fact gathering was substantially completed, and they're in what is our attorney review phase, where we're reviewing the case files and preparing those reports to the board. Since the beginning of the sexual allegations unit in 2018, we've substantiated with reports to the board a total of 471 cases. The primary type of finding at the conclusion of those cases was something less than sexual misconduct, often boundary crossing or a policy violation that falls short of actual sexual misconduct, even though in many of those cases sexual misconduct could have been alleged when the case came in. As you can see here, though, there have also been many substantiated reports that did involve sexual misconduct, 26 involving sexual acts and 22 involving sexual abuse. When we say sexual act here, we mean penetration, and sexual abuse, groping or fondling for sexual gratification. This slide presents gender and age data for victims in those sexual act and sexual abuse substantiated cases. So since 2018, 21 of those victims have been male and 43 have been female. The chart on the right just further breaks that down amongst the sexual act and sexual abuse subcategories. This presents the age data for those same categories of victims, and it reflects how old the victim was when the perpetrator began to engage in the misconduct toward the victim. So in some of these cases, they were the age shown here at the time of the sexual abuse. In others, the victim may have been, for example, 13 years old when grooming behaviors began, but perhaps could have been 14 when the actual sexual abuse occurred. In those types of instances, we've logged the age for our purposes here as 13, because that's when the grooming began. The last two slides in our presentation just are reference materials with the definitions of the categories that I've discussed here. That concludes my presentation. Are there any questions from the board?
Member Rivas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your very thorough presentation. As we've discussed in our 5x5s, I just want to say publicly how important it is that we have timely investigations, not just for the victims, but also for the staff, anyone involved, that timeliness and whatever we can do to ensure that your office has the capacity to have more timely investigations. I've heard of stories of folks who are, waiting 2 or 3 years to get to a conclusion. And so especially when we have situations where you're pulling a staff member, that's a school community then that doesn't have a staff member during the duration of the investigation. And so I'm just, whatever we can do to ensure that we have more timely and faster investigations so that we can get to a resolution and then ensure that our schools have the staff necessary during those investigations. Thanks.
I appreciate that.
Member Wallace.
I believe it's on page 6. Could you just explain a little bit more about what administratively closed means?
Yes. I'll flip back to it for reference. Administratively closed. So here we indicated that we closed 20 cases. Those are cases where I mentioned earlier that we open many of the cases we open. Here, I'll back up just for reference.
Thank you.
Like in this. Yeah, so these are the categories that came in the door at intake. So even though we've narrowed the scope of our cases to try to focus more on sexual misconduct cases, we still take a significant number of cases where sexual misconduct isn't actually alleged. And sometimes frequently after we open cases and work them for several months and engage in fact gathering, we are able to reach a point where we can make a determination that that significant misconduct has not occurred and doesn't warrant, the lengthy investigations of the type that Board Member Rivas just mentioned, and in our efforts to sort of quickly resolve those, if we can close cases early, we do on cases where there hasn't been serious misconduct. So those administratively closed cases are just cases where we've closed them. They have not resulted in a report to the board, the types of reports you get where we're detailing the extent of the misconduct or the alleged misconduct and whether we substantiated it and why, or, in the unsubstantiated cases you receive where we explain why we did not substantiate serious allegations.
All right.
So,
I just wanted to clarify for everybody that administratively closed didn't mean like, oh, we didn't get to it in 20 days and so we just closed it, or for some other reason like that. It's administratively closed could look different to other people. And so I just wanted to clarify.
I appreciate that. Yeah. So to be clear, that's what you just described. That's absolutely not the case. So, we make great efforts to vet all of these cases as best we can. And we do not, and to Board Member Rivas's point earlier, some of our cases take quite long. So we don't have like a time period where the 30-day clock is expired and we have to close cases. So we're very conscientious about providing whatever work is required and following the ball as much as we can in providing the level of investigative resources that are necessary for the cases.
Member Roosevelt.
I'm just curious, I'm really curious about root causes. So based on your investigations, based on the time your office has spent looking at this, what systematic failures or what vulnerabilities do you see in the district where whatever preventative measures we have just aren't working? So what, as a district, can we do better to get I like Member Rivas, I appreciate the thorough report and your hard work, but it's obviously not where we need it to be. So I think about the root cause and what you've uncovered.
That's an awfully challenging question that you've put to me. I wish I could say we've identified the clear root cause and here's what it is and here's how to solve this problem and here's how to prevent sexual misconduct in the district. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to identify a clear root cause that is solvable. I think unfortunately there's bad actors out there at all districts and in any place where people can have proximity to children, and in Chicago Public Schools is no different. And we do everything we can in the Office of Inspector General, we do everything we can to respond after we hear of concerning behavior or serious misconduct. I know OSP has made great efforts with respect to training and outreach on the prevention front. Certainly, I think the school district is in a far better place than it was in 2018 when the Office of Student Protections was formed and when the Office of Inspector General formed our sexual allegations unit. So I think we're in a far better place. I think reporting is encouraged and there's good awareness and high numbers of reporting, which while arguably a bad thing in the respect that it's concerning that people are making reports, it's a good thing that people feel empowered to make reports. So I think great strides have been made. And I think the more we can just continue with outreach and training and awareness, the more we can protect children. But I realize I have not identified a clear root cause.
Member Brown.
Sir, thank you. President, and thank you for your presentation. I'm blown away, just kind of shocked by both presentations in regards to the high number of complaints, the racial disparities in those complaints. And it just says, and again, I'm not I don't know if this is absolutely true. It feels worse than a bad apple situation where, you know, you see abuses and you say that's a bad apple, but then the system that exists it maintains, it continues. It feels like young people that are Black and brown who may appear or are assumed less supported are preyed upon, as opposed to their white counterparts who may appear or are assumed more supported. And so my question, and I mean, this is, so I think if we're talking, I mean, we use the word equity a lot. It's a buzzword all over the country now. One of the things that my experience teaches me is if you are trying to get an equity, you got to peel the onion back, and you got to deal with the stink. You can't run from it. You can't make an excuse for it. You got to deal with the stink. And so I'm wondering, what type of infrastructure are we building on the ground to make that type of behavior uncomfortable? I agree with you that it is good that people feel comfortable coming forward. I do think that's a positive. But I also think you can create an environment where folks who look at children that way understand it's not safe for them there. It's not safe for them to conduct themselves that way. It reminds me of the situation with I don't want to go too far into this, but with Bright Elementary School, it's very easy just to look at that situation, and as horrific as it is, to just throw those young people away, because that's the Band-Aid approach. But we got to peel the onion back on why this is happening. It's like it's like it's bothering me as you all are giving these reports. So again, thank you for the thoroughness of the report, but I am interested on sort of the on-the-ground infrastructure that we're putting in place to make that type of behavior uncomfortable for people, to let them know this is not a safe space for you to abuse our children. And then also, I'm also interested in an analysis of why almost 95% of the people, 96% of the people that are reporting are Black or brown. I just think there has to be a brave analysis of that. And so I just want to share that. But those are my thoughts.
Thank you. With respect to the infrastructure question, the OIG tries to do what we can, but in our independent role, we're not positioned, and I realize you were sort of asking this question, I think sort of generally, but the OIG is not really positioned to implement infrastructure or policy or make decisions at school levels. And so I think those types of questions, while I'm happy to contribute to them, are better suited for OSP, because that's the department that is involved with policy making and training and outreach and implementation. But I think we all share your concerns, and I can say that from the one thing the Office of Inspector General can do is to get to the bottom of what's going on in all those cases as best we can, and issue reports about it, and make public presentations like this, and issue, speak publicly in our annual report about these cases, and try to raise awareness about this, and to try to coordinate with law enforcement as best we can, so that there can be serious consequences in these cases.
Are there any comments or questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Superintendent King.
Dr. King.
I just wanted to respond to Board Member Brown's comment, question, and Board Member Rosenfield's question. I think that I understand you're asking for more to better understand the story behind the numbers. And so I can partner with our teams. We usually take the recommendations from the OIG. We do actually meet. There are recommendations that are made, and then our teams normally follow up with the next steps and the story behind the numbers. And what I can do is follow up with both of you all and ultimately the entire board to provide a better understanding of what we understand at this point with the numbers that you're seeing today.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
The next presentation will be a FY 2026 audit plan by the Office of Internal Audit and Advisory Services.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shelley Banks. I'm the Chief Internal Auditor here at CPS. And with me today is Della Hernandez, who's Audit Director. And we're going to be presenting on the Internal Audit and Advisory Services, giving an overview and kind of some highlights for the fiscal year 26 audit plan. First of all, our authority. So we're established under the board bylaws. This establishes our mission, our duties, our responsibilities, our reporting structure. It requires that we adhere to the Institute of Internal Auditors auditing standards in the work that we do. It provides us the unrestricted access district-wide to do our work. It requires that we develop and implement a risk-based annual audit plan. It requires that we partner with management on risk management activities, and as part of that, facilitating a risk management committee, which we established in May of 2023. And then with all this, it requires that we submit an annual assessment on the audit plan and results, which is this presentation. In addition to the board bylaws, we point out that our audits are not public and they're exempt from FOIA. Our mission. So our mission is basically that we provide assurance and advisory services through these independent objective reviews to help CPS in achieving its mission. Our scope covers all areas, all the departments, programs, offices, schools, systems, contracts, vendors are all under the audit purview. The programs within the office. So we have our school audits, which focuses on the internal controls within particular schools. District-wide audits, which support central office and looking at controls and processes that tend to reside in central office, but have a larger impact across the district. Information technology audits. So we work with our Information Technology Services Department and helping to assess high-risk areas and how we can support there. Enterprise risk management. So that's our program where we facilitate our risk management processes across the district, as well as the risk management committee. Continuous monitoring audit program. So this is our audit program where we look at particular processes or controls and sample transactions to test those processes and controls. Internal control training. We provide control training across the district. One main area that we focus on is our school internal control quarterly training program. And then special projects. So as things arise or management or the board brings reviews or audits to our attention, we'll prioritize accordingly. Types of audits. An audit can fall under one of these areas or multiple areas. Financial is more accounting, financial transactions, financial reporting. Operational, use of the district's resources, looking for efficiencies, effectiveness. Performance, maybe looking at a particular program and how that program is performing and meeting its objectives and its mission. Compliance, adherence to board rules, state, federal laws, and policies. Information technology, looking at the information technology infrastructure, data, assets, policies, procedures, all under there. And then in addition to internal audits, CPS also has external audits, which are by third parties. An example is the annual comprehensive financial audit, the single audit, and ISB conducts several audits on CPS. So we work to coordinate our internal audit efforts with those external audits. This slide just presents an overview of the activity, the last 2 fiscal years, and then what's planned for this fiscal year. And it breaks it down by our district-wide audits, our school audits, information technology areas. Some of the highlights of the things that we worked on is when we look at like contracts and holding vendors accountable, making sure that they're complying with the contracts, reconciling billings, updating policies and procedures, or recommending new policies and procedures to ensure controls are in place. Improved efficiencies and effectiveness with processes, looking at ways to maybe streamline things, automate things, resource allocation if training's needed in a particular area. And then through our school audits, helping with strengthening those controls over financials in the schools, bringing more awareness to the internal controls and the policies around those controls. And then our enterprise risk management, we finalize the internal control monitoring policy. We continue to conduct our risk assessment annually. We conduct our quarterly risk management committee meetings, and we continually track our management action plans, both our internal action plans as well as the external action plans. And then we have our school internal control training. We started this quarterly training program in fiscal year 24, so this is the third year that we'll be conducting this. And then our student fee committee, which was established when we had a student fee assessment audit. And through that, we formed and are leading the student fee committee to focus on policies, procedures, standardizing student fees, the data and systems around that. Now I'm gonna turn over to Della.
Good afternoon. So a component of part of our activities is the enterprise risk management. So the ERM is a process to identify, assess, manage, and monitor risks across the district. And the first component of the ERM is the risk universe. The risk universe is an inventory of identified risks. So the first area of the risk universe is the annual risk assessment. It's a questionnaire. It's given out district-wide, and it helps in developing our annual audit plan. A second component of the risk universe is assessing risk. So we assess risk by impact and likelihood, and also depending on how the risk is assessed will determine priority. Mitigation plans. So mitigation plans either reduce or eliminate risk exposure, and it provides a more structured approach in addressing risks, as well as making better informed decisions. And then the last area for the risk universe is the internal control assessment. So in accordance to the internal control monitoring policy, it is given out annually. It's given out to schools as well as central offices. And then it contains key controls and policies that need to be implemented. The second component of the ERM is the Risk Management Committee. So the RMC was established back in May of 23. As you can see, there's a list here of the members that are involved. The objective of the RMC is to provide oversight and guidance on the ERM program. And then the processes with the RMC include having a charter, providing quarterly reports, having quarterly meetings, as well as continually assessing the risk universe and providing feedback on other audit activities. The last component of the ERM are management action plans. So management action plans are significant, specific actions that need to be addressed by observations. And with the observations or what we do with these management action plans is we monitor them across the district, internally, externally, and then we report them back to the RMC to kind of help us implement these action plans. The areas that we monitor and track are the district-wide, schools, as well as external. The portion in the middle are the areas that we review. And then the last column are examples of the management action plans. So I'll turn it over to Shelley.
Now the audit plan approach. How do we go about putting together an audit for the year? So the first part of it is the annual risk assessment process. One component of it is our annual questionnaire to central office to get feedback on them, identify high risk areas. Then internally, we do a school risk assessment where we pull data looking at prior audits on the schools, budgets, expenses, staff numbers, enrollment numbers to assess the schools and develop a population for the school year. And then information technology risk assessment. So we work with ITS on developing the high risk areas there. Once we have our high risk areas, we look internally, what are our resources? What are our staff availability, the experiences and skill sets that we have to focus in these areas? And then we'll draft an audit plan schedule and align that with our core risk areas. Once we have that draft audit plan schedule, we work with management to get their feedback on it. Then we present the draft to the risk management committee to finalize that and then present it to the board. Our audit plan is a very high level plan. And so once we actually implement an audit, that's when we'll further work with management to kind of further define that scope and the risk and where we want to focus the audit resources on. The next slides are just pull out the audit plan area, the areas from the audit plan. So the first two slides are the district-wide audits. You'll see on here the audit name, a very high-level description, objective of what to focus on in that audit area, and then a targeted start date. And that's very flexible depending on how long one audit may take or not. And then also we prioritize our resources based on any management requests that may come up through the year. And then in addition to district-wide, we have in our audit plan our school audits for the year, and then IT audits to provide that IT support. The other audit areas, we have our enterprise risk management program where we continue that with continue leading the risk management committee, our annual risk assessment, conducting the internal control assessment, and continually to track and report on the management action plans. We have our continuous monitoring audit program, which is in 3 parts with our schools, with district-wide, and then we have a separate one on procurement where we look at executed transactions and test against compliance with policies and procedures there. And then special projects and requests, we continue our school internal control training. We have a quality assurance and improvement program, and this is where internally we ensure that we're meeting the standards that we're supposed to comply with in conducting our audits. And then also any special requests that may come up. The last slide is the team, the small but mighty team. I just want to throw out a thank you to them. It's through their dedication, their passion that we get this work done at CPS. So thank you, and I'll open up to any questions.
I think we might be letting you off the hook easy. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
President Harden, that concludes our presentations for the day.
Thank you.
Is now an appropriate time to ask questions or make comments, given that we didn't after public comment?
So we're not.
Okay.
If you care to make a comment, you can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Keep it short. Just related to the many comments about Hagen, there are some questions that I have, and if it's okay if now is not the time for a response, but just around clarity related to the decision, reading some of the insight that was shared in terms of the different factors related to analyzing the co-location, I'm reminded of what is in our 5-year strategic plan. One of them is increasing the percentage of students attending their neighborhood schools. So the fact that we have this increase in attendance at Hagen, many families and more families within the attendance boundaries choosing to send their kids there, that is a great thing. So I'm hopeful that the district can find a way to encourage more of that across the district and at Hagen. So to that end, I have 2 questions. One is we received information about the current utilization rate at Hagen, which is 93%. But there was also a mention that that will change given the new methodology that's going to be used for the 25-26 school year. So my question is that rate over 100%? I think it's odd that our benchmark for overcrowding is 110 instead of 100, but I am curious to know if that 25-26 projection is over 100. And then the other question I have is, what is the main factor that drove the decision? I know there can be multiple, but is it that the utilization rate based on site visits was found to be manageable? We heard a lot of stories today about how a number on paper could be different from actual experiences. Is it the financial implications? Is it feedback from the potential receiving school? And I ask because the vast majority of the financial costs that were outlined in the materials that we received do not seem unique to a route where co-location is pursued. For example, building repairs that would need to be done regardless of whether or not a co-location were to happen. So those are the 2 questions I have, and I look forward to a response, if not now, later. Thank you.
So we'll process a response back through the board office.
Thank you.
Member Lopez?
Thank you, Board President. Sorry, recovering from a cold here. I also want to mention regarding the co-location. Thank you, CEO Superintendent. I had the opportunity to attend those community meetings. I also want to thank I&I for hosting those 2 community meetings. Community members across the board were not happy with the proposal, and one of them, they felt it was rushed. So thank you for listening to their concerns that were put forth by the principals, including the parent community organizers, students, and also we heard from teachers. That being said, we know we need to find a solution for the families at Cisneros. The conditions they are in right now, they are not, to say the least, perfect, but it's where we need to work together with the community to find a solution where we can find a space for them where they can learn, given all the situations that that building has, that we know that many of it has been lack of maintenance for various reasons before it became now part of the transition with the CPS becoming a managed school. So working with the community and also calling on the district for us to move quickly on a solution for them. Thank you.
Member Brown, did you have a comment related to which topic?
I had a comment related to the public comment. I mean, if this is not the place to do it, I can do it later.
Yeah, could you hold that, please? We have a very dense agenda. I'd like to move us ahead. We'll now proceed with the potential board reports to be considered at December 18th regular meeting. After each item is presented, board members will have the opportunity to ask their questions and make comments before proceeding with the next agenda item.
Board members, we will begin with the following education items, numbers 1 through 3. I will read titles for items number 1 and 2, and the subject matter expert will present on those 2 items. 1, authorize a new agreement with various vendors for early childhood block grant services. 2, approve entering into an intergovernmental agreement with the Department of Family and Support Services.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon. My name is Leslie McKinley, and I'm the Chief Officer with the Office of Early Childhood. We have 3 items seeking approval today. I will present items 1 and 2. Deputy Parker will present item 3. So in September, you may remember you approved items associated with the final renewal of an IGA with the Department of Family Support Services to offer prenatal to 5 program services within our community-based organizations. That IGA is expected to conclude June 30th, 2026. So the approvals that you will hear today is an extension of that IGA, but also it's an updated funding structure that will support 6 of Chicago's Head Start grantees. So the first item we are seeking is approval to enter into a new early childhood block grant funding model for 5 of the 6 Chicago Head Start grantees beginning July 1, 2026, in a not to exceed amount of $49.7 million. This would be a 1-year contract with 4 1-year renewal options. The second item we are seeking approval on is to enter into a new IGA with the Department of Family Support Services, which is the 6th City of Chicago Head Start grantee, beginning July 1st, 2026, in a not to exceed amount of $49.1 million. And similarly, this will be a 1-year contract with 4 1-year renewal options. Both funding within these agreements support approximately 7,000 children from birth to 5 across Chicago through our network of 84 community-based organizations and child care agencies across the city. So I want to start back and just give some historical context. Prior to FY27, within the Office of Early Childhood, there was 2 arms of our work. One arm that focused solely on supporting school-based programming, and then a second arm that supported community-based programming. We provided the oversight, the scholarship, coaching, and fiscal support and technical assistance. And in 2017 is when we executed an agreement with the Department of Family Support Services with an IGA to shift that oversight from CPS to DFSS. And at that time, DFSS was the single Head Start grantee within the city of Chicago. But since that time, the landscape has shifted. We now have the 6 Head Start grantees, and this change provides us an opportunity to more equitably fund across the city using our early childhood block grant. So under this revised funding model, there will be Head Start agencies which will support administration of our early childhood block grant, and they will then provide that funding to their early childhood block grant funders. So one organization will provide both funding sources. And so the hope behind this is that it will reduce administrative burden for organizations. It will also provide cleaner reporting systems. In addition, it will also reduce redundancies. We also see that this model strengthens cross-collaboration and builds stronger partnerships between schools and agencies. We also know that the effectiveness of this model will be evaluated through looking at child outcome data, looking at fiscal trends, quality indicators, and also looking at the access that is being provided across schools and neighborhoods. So if this item, either item, is not approved, then CPS will have no structure in place to provide early childhood block grant funding July 1, 2026 to our community-based organizations. This model advances resource equity, as I talked a little bit about, by distributing funds equally across the 6 Head Start grantees. It will be aligned to their geographic region, to their partner CBOs. It also ensures that families in every community has access to high quality early childhood programming. It strengthens our mixed delivery model within the system and advances our district's 5-year vision, providing more inclusive opportunities for children entering the district from pre-K or kindergarten. And lastly, the recommendation reflects feedback from stakeholders in the field who will be most impacted. We started having conversations last year in joint town halls that were in collaboration with Department of Family Support Services and the Mayor's Office. And it was at those convenings that we heard both from grantees and also community-based organizations the desire to have their funding come directly from CPS. I will now turn it over to Deputy Parker to talk about option 3.
Thanks, Chief. So good afternoon. The third item that we are seeking approval for is our $2.5 million intergovernmental agreement with.
Can I interrupt for just a moment? Are you on item 3 right now?
Yes.
Okay, I just need to announce it then.
Oh, okay.
Number 3, approve entering into an intergovernmental agreement with the City Colleges of Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you. So approval for $2.5 million intergovernmental agreement with City Colleges for our Chicago Early Learning Workforce Scholarship. And this is to support our early education aspiring educators with earning the credentials and degrees needed to enter the early childhood field. So by reducing financial barriers, the scholarship strengthens the pipeline of qualified teachers and promotes a diverse workforce that reflects the children and the communities that we serve. This new IGA provides the funds directly to city colleges rather than passing the funding through DFSS, which was done in the previous IGA. Prior to this agreement, the structure of funding for the scholarship was set up so that Chicago Public Schools contributed $1.5 million and DFSS contributed $1 million to the scholarship using our early childhood block grant funds. This IGA, once approved, will allow us to directly send all funds for the scholarship to city colleges, and then they would disperse those to our college partners, which are inclusive of UIC, National Louis, and Roosevelt universities. We have had approximately 1,200 applications for the Chicago Early Learning Workforce Scholarship, showing strong demand for our workforce support. And this year we awarded 205 scholarships. Of the recipients to date, 90% identify as African American or Latinx, reinforcing our commitment to a diverse early childhood workforce. And since launch, the program has supported more than 800 completers, the majority from historically underrepresented groups. The risk of not approving this IGA is that it will further exacerbate the teacher shortage that we have across Chicago, leaving us without qualified educators needed to staff our early childhood classrooms. This also aligns with our vision to expand access to high-quality early learning by recruiting, retaining, and developing exceptional and diverse early childhood educators who can meet the needs of all our youngest learners. And also, this work advances our resource equity by addressing educator shortages that disproportionately affect under-resourced communities where higher turnover and longer vacancies limit access to strong early learning opportunities. So we thank you for consideration of these items and happy to answer any.
No question. Thank you. I have a few questions regarding these items. One is around what data do we receive from DFSS with the IGA? Does it give us the ability to track attendance, which students obviously participate so that we can track their outcomes when they're in CPS later on? And then the questions that I have related to the like the scholarship program. Are there any additional incentives for bilingual certification, as there's a special shortage for teachers who can both do early learning and bilingual? And we have a shortage of pre-K teachers all across the city, but that shortage is definitely more pronounced in some areas over others, especially serving Black and Latinx communities. Has there been an examination or analysis of what it would look like to target scholarships and supports specifically for teachers who serve and commit to serving in particularly under-resourced areas?
So I can start with the first question around the information that we receive from DFSS and the community-based organizations. So we do receive child outcome data. So we do, at the end of the year, receive an analysis of their student outcomes and teaching strategies goal. We also have enrollment data, not necessarily attendance data, but we are able to see how many children enroll across the city. And we also receive quality data. So we receive class data, which tells us about the student interactions that happen within their classrooms.
And you can track them when students are later in CPS, you know who was and was not enrolled in SARP?
So we do have student ID numbers. Each early childhood student that is enrolled in a community-based program is identified with a CPS ID. So there is an ability to track. Right now, we are not tracking teaching strategies goal data from a community-based organization into the district at this time.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'll try to address, I know you had several questions around the scholarship. Number one is, as far as the, reaching out around pulling people in for specifically bilingual pre-K or early childhood endorsements or any of the marketing, we do work really closely. Chief is actually an expert in getting marketing out and collaborating with city colleges in order to make sure that we are trying to reach as many people as possible, but I don't have any data around that specifically. What was one of your other, I know you had a couple questions.
Yeah, I think my assumption was that you have a lot more people in interest in the scholarships than you have funds available. So I was thinking about if you had looked at narrowing who would be eligible based on the communities that they are serving or commit to serving. But it sounds like if you're like really trying to market and get more applicants, that may not be the case.
Mm-hmm. I think right now for us, it's really about that exposure and really getting the information out about filling the seats that are vacant within our community-based organizations. Specifically within the district, we do look at areas where we need that specialized approach to teaching, which right now we're really focusing on ensuring that our teachers who have special education background receive some type of scholarship. And so that is something that we've identified within our Office of Early Childhood as a Need, specifically looking at our vacancy data. And so that's one of the things that we're working with our talent, primarily out in community based. It's really about that 04, just really getting that teacher to be highly qualified and certified based off of the ISB requirement right now.
Thank you.
Member Pope.
Thank you for the report. Appreciate the information that you've shared with us. I too had a similar question that Board Member Thodakura raised in terms of bilingual and also special ed being possibly prioritized on those scholarships. And I have another question that I don't expect that you'll have an answer off the top of your head, but I am interested in whether large numbers of teachers from the community-based programs end up transitioning into CPS pre-K and early childhood positions. Obviously, the pay and benefits are generally much better, and I'm wondering whether a lot of people use that as a stepping stone.
Let me tell you, we have been looking at that data, and what it has changed over the years. So previously, when we first initially started the scholarship, maybe 8 years ago, that we saw that was the case. Like teachers were getting certified, and then they were coming into the district for the higher pay. But as we are looking at the data now and working with Truman and city colleges to do interviews with teachers when they transition who are up under the scholarship, because there is that commitment, we're noticing that they're transitioning within community-based organizations and not necessarily transitioning into the district. But what we are also noticing too is that community-based organizations are also increasing their rate of pay to be more aligned to the rate of pay that's being offered here in the district.
Thank you so much.
Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you for your presentation.
Board members, we will continue with the health and wellness item number 4. Authorize the public comment period for the automatic external defibrillators policy.
Good afternoon, board members.
Good afternoon.
President Harden, interim CEO Dr. King, Cito Carmona, and General Counsel Barton. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tashonda Green. I am the Deputy Chief for the Office of Student Health and Wellness. We are recommending the board to authorize for public comment an amendment to the policy for automated external defibrillators, otherwise called AEDs. In 2024, Governor Pritzker passed House Bill 5394, which requires school districts starting in 2025 to introduce a cardiac emergency response plan and provide information on hands-only CPR, as well as information on how to use AEDs to all schools and school staff. OSHW is amending the AED policy to reflect these changes and these requirements to align CPS practices with the law. We have updated the policy to include requirement of CPR and AED certification for all athletic coaches and athletic directors, and we have disseminated information and resources on hands-only CPR and use of AEDs district-wide, and will continue to work to finalize the cardiac emergency response plan in consultation with our nurse leaders, our external partners, Lurie's, and Project Adam. The change in policy will have some financial implications, as it will now require additional staff and personnel to be certified in CPR and AED use. If this amendment is not approved, the district will not be in compliance with the law. This amendment provides for direct resource equity, and fair policies and systems by increasing the knowledge of life-saving methods across the district and ensuring consistent responses to cardiac emergencies and creating safer school environments for all students. OSHW worked very closely with nursing leaders, and we also consulted our community-based partner, Lurie's, and Project Adam, and all are aligned to state laws and best practices. And OSHW is working with the American Heart Association to increase low-cost or no-cost trainings for certifications to increase access across the district. There may be concern that we will not have the ability to comply with state law, but with the amendments made to the AED policy, CPS will have the ability to meet student and staff needs while continuing to implement permanent solutions such as a required cardiac emergency response plan for all schools within our district. We are connected to the organizational vision with this amendment through connectedness and well-being, academic progress, and financial stability. I'll take any questions at this time.
Member Smith.
Yes, when this law was created by the governor, were there any funds included in that?
No.
Okay. And how much is it?
The cost for certifications will vary based on the amount of individuals that we will need to certify. So with the changes in the law, essentially the dissemination of information is the most important thing, meaning what we've already done, which is push out resources and information on hands-only CPR and how to use an AED. What we've done is to take it to a step further to make it even safer for our students by requiring additional personnel such as coaches who would be our first line of defense at sporting events before and after to receive a certification in CPR and AED as our first responders.
Okay, thank you.
And my question's maybe not for you. My question's not for you, but maybe for board staff, because we had the internal auditor here earlier, our auditor, to figure out, to board member Smith's question, right? These are unfunded mandates, and it would be really good for us as a board to really get a handle on the number of unfunded mandates that are being imposed on the district that will require additional dollars. So it's just something I think for us to keep at the forefront because there is a bunch of them. So thank you.
Member Wallace.
So there are some schools that don't have coaches or athletic directors. Have there been additional staff members that have been identified for those groups that might not have sporting events but could have an emergency?
Yes, so in our current AED policy, there's a requirement that 2 staff members per every AED device in the school that the school must have at least 2 staff members certified. So at minimum, you have 2 staff members and a nurse in every school that's certified.
Excellent, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I believe this concludes the first portion of the board reports on public agenda, and we'll now move into short recess. Member Pope, do you have motion MO1?
I move that the board take a 30-minute recess.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Lozano?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Wallace?
Aye.
Member Custer?
Aye.
Member Pope?
Yes.
Member Rosenfeld?
Yes.
Member Rivas?
Yes.
Member Brown?
Yes, ma'am.
Member Rio Sierra?
Aye.
Member Bannon?
Aye.
Vice President Bautista?
Aye.
Member Gutierrez?
Aye.
Member Biggs?
Aye.
Member Thotokura?
Yes.
Member Blaze?
Aye.
Member DeBerry?
Aye.
17 ayes, 0 nays. This motion is adopted by the board. We will now go into a 30-minute recess.
Of the Board of Education is reconvened. Board members will now proceed with the second group of potential board reports to be considered at the December 18th, 2025 regular meeting. After each item is presented, you'll have the opportunity to ask questions and make comments before proceeding to the next item.
Before we proceed with the items, I do want to note for the record that Board Member Boyle has joined the meeting at 2:12 p.m. Board members, we will continue with the following talent items, numbers 5 through 7. I'll read titles for items number 5 through 7, and the subject matter expert will present on those 3 items. 5, authorize the public comment period for the drug and alcohol-free workplace policy. 6, authorize the first, second, and third final renewal agreement with Healthcare Service Corporation and authorize funding of health savings accounts in agreement with Webster Bank N.A. 7, authorize the first and second final renewal agreement with Cannon Cochran Management Services, Inc.
Good afternoon, board members. Hope everybody is well. I'm going to introduce you to our Executive Director of Health and Benefits and Wellness, Carla Kirkling, who is a force to be reckoned with. Just very briefly, I think it's important, that we are framing some of these contract items in the broader context of the talent office's strategy that's outlined in the 5-year strategic plan. We've committed to a healthier and a healthier workforce, and there's a lot of commitments to really dramatically expanding our wellness strategies to make sure that we're supporting our employees so they can do excellent work on behalf of students. And Carla is going to talk about some of those pieces that are some of the cornerstones of that strategy today. So I will turn it over to her. Thanks.
Good afternoon, President Harden, Dr. King, and board members. I'm Carla Kirkling, the Executive Director of Healthcare and Benefits in our Talent Office. Hope everyone's doing well today. The 3 items will focus on 3 areas to strengthen our district's holistic health and wellness strategy, as Ben just mentioned. First, we'll review the proposed amendments to our drug and alcohol policy to ensure clarity, safety, and consistent expectations across the district. Second, we will recommend renewal of our medical provider contract to maintain high-quality, affordable, and accessible health insurance options for all of our employees and their eligible dependents. And finally, we'll recommend renewal of our liability insurance as part of a comprehensive approach to safeguarding staff and operational well-being. Each of these items reflect our commitment to equitable access, diverse and supportive resources, and maintaining a health, sustainable work environment for the CPS community. Now I'll proceed with item number 5. The Talent Office recommends that the board authorize posting of the amended drug and alcohol work-free policy for public comment. This amendment was required as part of the biennial policy review of the board bylaws 1-2. Today, I'm presenting an amendment to our employee drug policy that modernizes and strengthens both our compliance posture and our commitment to employee well-being. The revised policy introduces 3 key updates. First, we have included updated language and practices to adopt a progressive discipline approach, aligning with recent legal developments and best practices to relevant state and case laws. Over the last couple of years, a handful of employees have tested positive for a low blood alcohol concentration level. For example, 0.02, following a reasonable suspicion drug and alcohol test while on duty. Previously, any positive test, including very low back levels, led to automatic termination. The new policy follows a progressive discipline framework that allows graduated consequences ranging from counseling, written warnings, suspension, and up to termination, with the exception of CDL drivers and employees under the age of 21, where termination would still apply automatically. In accordance with state law and relevant case law, including the Right to Privacy Act, Drug-Free School and Communities Act, and the Illinois Human Rights Act, the Talent Office, in partnership with the Law Department, has shifted to an approach that considers lower-level discipline rather than strict zero tolerance. A couple of key drivers behind this change is one, the evolving legal landscape, particularly around marijuana. With recreational use legal in Illinois, we're shifting from automatic termination based on test results to evaluating actual impairment in the workplace. Positive marijuana tests may detect past and not present use, so decisions will now rely on observable behavior, impairments, and context. And second, just supporting the relevant state and case law with respect to lower levels of back levels for alcohol consumption. This change ensures compliance with Illinois law and federal standards while maintaining our top priority, workplace safety. Second, we've added new language, creating a clear self-disclosure pathway for employees who voluntarily disclose substance use concerns. This addition reinforces our responsibility under the Americans with Disabilities Act and affirms that employees seeking help will be treated with dignity, confidentiality, and access to reasonable accommodations or support resources. This helps to ensure that individuals who are proactively addressing a health condition are protected and supported rather than penalized. Third and final change outlines standardized search and seizure procedures connected to reasonable suspicion drug and alcohol testing to be conducted in partnership with our safety and security team. These procedures establish consistent, legally compliant steps for conducting searches, securing evidence, and ensuring due process. This strengthens fairness, transparency, and risk mitigation across the organization. Together, these amendments balance employee support with organizational safety, and the policy is now more clearly communicates our expectation for a safe work environment while also promoting a culture where employees feel secure seeking assistance. The equity focus here aligns to design fair policies and systems, dimension of the CPS equity framework, shifting from a punitive zero tolerance model to a more just and proportionate disciplinary approach. The new framework supports progressive discipline and recognizes that rigid policies can disproportionately affect employees, particularly those from vulnerable or historically marginalized groups, without improving safety or accountability outcomes. The vision connection is connectedness and well-being. It aligns with the district's priority to create robust support systems and align resources to meet staff's diverse needs, ensuring a safe and supportive school community. This revision promotes fairness, consistency, and compliance while recognizing the importance of employee well-being as a foundation for a thriving educational environment. This balanced and supportive approach emphasizes prevention, education, and access to wellness resources that assist staff to be equipped to perform at their best and model healthy behaviors. In doing so, the updated policy strengthens the district's overall vision that every member of the school community, staff, and students alike feels supported, valued, and empowered to contribute to a culture of safe, healthy, and belonging. From a community perspective, we are obviously will receive comments from the public posting, but we do have a survey for some of our primary stakeholders, which are school leaders and managers, regarding this change. And I will provide a comprehensive response to what that feedback is at the conclusion of the public comment period. If this policy is not approved, the amendment is not approved, it would not align with the current shift that considers lower level discipline or efforts to allow more flexible disciplinary decisions that do not disproportionately impact vulnerable employees. Therefore, continuing to enforce a strict zero tolerance approach could expose the district to unnecessary litigation costs and resource burdens. Defending outdated practices in court would divert financial and administrative resources that are better invested in supporting our employees and maintaining a workplace safety environment. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open for questions.
I guess I question, when you talked about the positions that would be up for termination would be CDL, why would you not have included or looked at heavy machinery? You know, if you have forklifts in the warehouse, ladders, if you're in a kitchen, knives and things of that nature, and bucket them.
So I believe our warehouse folks deal with all of that stuff. Their drivers as well as dealing with the forklifts. So we can't change those policies because that's federally mandated. So we can only adjust what we can control at the state and local level.
Right, but what I'm talking about is in your current policy, you said that the folks who could get terminated immediately would be a CDL driver.
Correct.
And you could group heavy machinery as a category.
Okay.
Which would include all those things, is what I'm saying. Given right the different spaces that we're working in, if you're in a kitchen and you have knives or other heavy machinery things that you're doing, the warehouse, right? You're driving forklifts, you know, or hand jacks, right? You can, if I'm impaired and I drop a load on someone, it can cause a lot of damage. So that's just something that I find a little odd to not have included that in the policy. Thank you.
Okay, I will take that back and figure out how we can get that into the policy.
Member Polk.
Yes, I'm happy to see these changes being proposed and discussed. I think, though, that as we propose and discuss them, it would be important to have explanations to the public of beyond what you provided to us here, because otherwise there may be a knee-jerk reaction against this that I think would not be helpful to the implementation of the policy. So I hope that we'll be considering how, I don't know, a PR rollout of it or whatever would be accomplished, because I do think that these are very reasonable proposals that you're making, and I am at least initially in support of them. But I can see how they would be misconstrued or even deliberately twisted in some ways.
Thank you. For clarity, I believe we have already shifted to progressive discipline in certain cases. So it's been implemented to a certain extent. This is really us formalizing it in writing and just making sure that there's transparency associated with our procedures and our protocols. But I hear you loud and clear, and I'll make sure that I analyze all of the feedback and make sure that we highlight and address any concerns that the community members may have about this change.
I think the fact that it's already been in large part implemented maybe could be stressed and people could see that no harm has resulted.
Yeah, and I also want to clarify, I agree with you. I'll definitely do that. And I just want to be clear, like, this is not a real widespread issue at TPS. Last school year alone, we probably had about a total of 25 phone calls about suspicion of someone potentially being intoxicated. After evaluating and looking at what was submitted to us, we probably administered 13 tests, and about half of them came back positive. And a subset of those fell below the legal limit for alcohol. So it is not a widespread issue. I just want to make sure that everyone's clear about that.
Member Lozano.
Yes, I have a question for those people, for example, that have already been terminated, and now this change, for example, right? Before marijuana was legal, a lot of people were doing a lot of time incarcerated for it, and then after it became legal, it seemed like, why are they still being held, right? So what is the process for those people?
Anyone that was formally terminated due to a failed drug test, was put on our do not hire list. And so there is a process to petition to get off of that list. And so they would just submit, you know, their rationale, their reasoning for wanting to be removed, and then we would allow for them to apply for any open positions that they are qualified for. But we wouldn't do outreach to anyone.
I understand, but what department do they go to for that?
They would go to the Office of Administrative Hearings.
Okay, thank you.
It's on our public website if someone wants to look to figure out how you can be rehired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 6. This is the foundation of our healthcare strategy, which is our health insurance, our medical insurance. And the Talent Office is recommending the board authorize the first, second, and third, which serves as the final renewal agreement for the HMO and PPO Healthcare Administrative Services Agreement with the Healthcare Service Corporation, which their legal name is Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, and funding the health savings account with HSA Bank, a division of Webster Bank for HSA and FSA administrative services. The term of the agreement will be for 3 years, from January 1, 2026 through December 31st of 2028, in the amount of $1,820 million. These costs cover core administrative fees and all medical claims and ancillary services. You may be wondering why this is such a high amount, but CPS is a self-funded organization. That means we pretty much cover the full cost of all of our medical expenditures. The vendor provides administrative services for the following CPS plans and ancillary services for the board employees and their families. We have a traditional PPO plan, which is a preferred provider organization. We have an HMO plan, and we also have a health savings, a PPO with the HSA, which allows you to do investments. We also have a wellness program, disease management, utilization management, mental and behavioral health, substance use, and then the employee assistance program all gets wrapped under those core and ancillary services. We cover approximately 80,000 lives on our plans. So that's a lot of people, a lot of expenses, a lot of different conditions, which is contributing to the costs. Blue Cross Blue Shield has committed to indirect participation with minority and women-owned subcontractors, and they've reported over $8.25 million in spend to MB and WBE dates this contract. The equity focus here is resource equity. By negotiating and designing our group health plan with an equity lens, we ensure employees have access to affordable, culturally responsive, and inclusive health care that meets diverse needs. This strengthens staff well-being, stability, and retention, directly supporting equitable, learning-ready environments for students. The vision connection is connectedness and well-being. The approval of this contract for employee medical benefits directly supports our district's priority to create robust support systems and ensure a safe, healthy, and supportive school environment. Providing high-quality, accessible health coverage is one of the most important ways we can care for our staff so they can, in turn, be best support for our students. This contract strengthens our commitment to staff well-being by maintaining comprehensive benefits that promote physical and mental health while keeping plans affordable and equitable. If this agreement is not approved, it would have serious consequences by leaving staff and families without access to essential health care and financial wellness support. It would create significant hardships, risk noncompliance with benefit obligations, and undermine employee trust and stability. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open for questions.
Comprehensive report, no questions.
Right. Moving on to the final agenda item. This is item number 16. This is a collaborative contract between talent and risk management. And we're recommending the board to authorize the first and second final renewal agreement for third-party claims administration services with Cannon Cochran Management Services. It basically encompasses workers' compensation, comprehensive liability, auto, employment practices claims, sexual misconduct, property and equipment, interscholastic, and cyber liability claims. These services provide essential coverage and claims management for our employees, students, vendors, and visitors. The term of the agreement will be for a total of 4 years, beginning in January 1, 2026, through December 31st of 2029 in the amount of $7,900,000. These costs cover the administration fees for both programs. This contract provides continuity of monitoring and managing the various CPS insurance claims services programs. It includes claims investigations, medical management, loss trending, risk transfer analysis, all reporting, tracking work subrogation, settlement negotiations, and settlement payment processing through secured escrow account services. The reporting work done by CCMSI is also a contractual function with our insurance carriers, and it's an important part of our annual submission to them when securing our new insurance policies. The Prime has committed to the overall district goals of 37% with all MBE partners. In addition, of any subcontracting partners will be monitored by the Office of Business Diversity and Environmental Social Governance, and will continue to partner and engage to reach the 37 MBE aspirational participation. The focus here is equity, fair policies and systems. By operationalizing equity in CPS claims administration means ensuring that every individual involved in a claim, regardless of identity, background, or circumstance, receives fair access, responsive support, and impartial pathways to resolution. Equitable claims administration strengthens CPS's responsibility to create learning-ready, safe environments and aligns risk management practices with CPS's commitment to fair systems and positive outcomes for all stakeholder groups. The vision connection is connectedness and well-being. This aligns with our priority to ensure a safe and supportive school community for both staff and students. Maintaining comprehensive liability coverage is essential to protecting our people, our schools, and our resources. It reinforces our commitment to safety, accountability, and responsible risk management, which are key elements of a healthy, well-functioning district. If this agreement is not approved, our liability insurance agreement would expose the district to significant financial and operational risk. This could leave the district vulnerable to financial loss and legal risks related to property damage, workplace incidents, or professional claims. Timely renewal is essential to ensure uninterrupted administration of coverage, maintain compliance with state and contractual requirements, and protect the district's financial stability and reputation. Thank you. Open for questions.
You batting 1,000, no questions.
Thank you, everyone. I hope you have a great holiday.
Thank you.
Board members, we will continue with the following procurement items, numbers 8 and 9. I'll read the titles for item numbers 8 and 9, and the subject matter expert will present on those two items. 8, authorize the public comment period for the department policy. 9, authorize the public comment period for the indebtedness policy.
Good afternoon, President Harden, Dr. King, and members of the board. My name is Leticia Lopez, and I'm the Deputy Chief of Procurement. As part of the district's biannual review process, we are requesting authority to post amendments to two procurement policies for public comment, the debarment policy and the indebtedness policy. The first policy we are requesting authority to post for public comment is the amendment to the debarment policy. The purpose of this policy is to outline the circumstances and procedures used for the debarment of vendors and individuals. Debarment is a remedial measure designed to protect the integrity of the board's procurement practices and the public's confidence in the board's fiscal responsibility. It is not intended to be punitive. This policy protects the board from engaging with dishonest, unethical, or otherwise irresponsible individuals. This policy has a reciprocal debarment provision, meaning we debar vendors or individuals that are debarred from other governmental agencies. We have cleaned up some of the language and updated district staff titles referenced in the policy. If the request for posting for public comment is not approved, it'll delay our efforts to make the required updates to ensure the policy reflects current district language and policy formatting. This policy language is focused on transparency and due process through the description of a clear appeal process, which ensures that the district's commitment to protect the public's interest is balanced with a fair and equitable process for vendors. Throughout the revision process, procurement engaged with various stakeholder groups to collect feedback on the current policy and how it could potentially be improved. We met with the Principal Advisory Council in May through a focus group session and a feedback survey. We met with the Community Action Council in June, sent an email blast to our minority and women-based assist agencies in July for support with distribution of a survey to those agencies and an invitation for a focus group. And we also sent a survey to central office staff and school-based purchasing staff in October. We also met internally with the Law Department, the Equity Office, and the FACE team for their input to our proposed revisions. The proposed changes are connected to the vision, every community policy design. The policy is reflective of the voices heard from our stakeholders. There are no financial implications of the proposed changes. Any questions?
No questions.
Moving on to the next policy. The second policy we are requesting to post for public comment is the amendment to the indebtedness policy. This policy outlines the mechanisms for ensuring that employees and those who do business with CPS are compliant with financial obligations such as parking violations and child support, and also ensures that the district is compliant with the City of Chicago municipal codes. The policy has two separate sections, one section owned by talent that pertains to CPS employees, and one section that is owned by procurement pertaining to vendors who do business with CPS. The requested policy changes are required to ensure that the policy reflects actual practices of the district, updates to CPS staff titles, and formats to CPS policy formatting. The implications of not approving posting for public comment is that it will delay our efforts to make the required updates to ensure that the policy reflects current district practices and includes current district language. Section 3 of this policy is a requirement per the City of Chicago Municipal Code. While procurement acknowledges that the 8% penalty on bid prices for vendors with delinquent child support might be a barrier for small minority or women-owned businesses, without changes at the municipal level, we are unable to make changes to this requirement. Similar to our engagement for the debarment policy, procurement engaged with various stakeholder groups on this policy as well to collect feedback. We met with the Principal Advisory Council, we met with the Community Action Council, sent an email blast to the minority and women-based assist agencies, and also distributed a survey to central office staff and school-based purchasing staff in October. Additionally, we also met internally with the Law Department, the Equity Office, and the FACE team for their feedback. The policy revisions are connected to the vision, every community, fair and equitable policies, policy design. Policy is reflective of the voices heard from our stakeholders. With this policy, there are also no financial implications of the proposed changes. Any questions?
I just have a quick one.
Yes.
Just a minor question. The parking ticket violation search, is that already part of the CPS process?
I would have to punt that to talent because that's part of their piece.
And the only reason I ask is just, I don't know how much added bureaucracy we're adding to our process for something that's off mission for our function. That's my only concern.
Yeah, we'll follow up.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Board members, we will continue with the following information and technology items, numbers 10 and 11, and begin with item 10. Authorize the public comment period for the information security policy.
Good afternoon, President Hardin, board members, and CEO Dr. King. My name is Ed Wagner, and I'm the Acting Chief Information Officer from Information and Technology Services. We recommend the board authorize for public comment the amendment of the information security policy. This policy was last updated in 2019 and needs revision to reflect updated personnel changes within ITS and to ensure alignment with the latest IT industry standards for cybersecurity frameworks. The ITS information security team has expanded to include a recently created role of executive director, since the information security policy authorizes the CEO and relevant information security staff to implement guidance to protect CPS systems and data. It is important to ensure that all the appropriate personnel are reflected in the latest information security policy. An additional designee was included as well in the event of vacancies. This way, there's always an individual who can provide the necessary oversight to ensure that CPS is protected against emergency cybersecurity threats and risks. The second change made is to include additional industry standard cybersecurity frameworks. Alignment with these frameworks is necessary to ensure we have appropriate standards, requirements, procedures, and control measures in place to secure our systems, to accommodate new technologies such as artificial intelligence, and to ensure legal compliance and to align with cyber liability insurance expectations. This will help CPS avoid financial and legal implications pertaining to protecting staff, students, and their families from data breaches. To give a little bit more context, these controls are meant to ensure we are addressing information security items like defining our password requirements, ensuring we are able to back up and restore our systems in appropriate fashion, and are handling personal identifiable information and student data in appropriate ways. Engagement with relevant stakeholders included the Equity Office, Office of Student Health and Wellness, Law, and Family and Community Engagement. Additionally, ITS solicited input from the Principal Advisory Council back in September. ITS also compared CPS's policy with similar policies from several of the largest school districts in the nation to ensure our policy wasn't missing anything. One thing to note is that this policy broadly authorizes ITS personnel the authority to create detailed how-to guidance that keeps our students' data safe and protects CPS from cybersecurity threats. Behind this policy, we will be updating more than 40 separate guidance documents for things like data handling, vendor access to our systems, and what to do when someone thinks they've clicked on something suspicious. Most of these guidance documents are behind the scenes, such as our password standards and how applications connect through single sign-on. Those requirements are set at the system level, so those will be shared with the relevant ITS staff. For general staff, we will be sharing guidance relevant to them, like how to handle student or personal data. These guidance documents will be created with extensive engagement with relative stakeholders and will be drafted with the equity lens of fair policies and systems. An example of this is to allow for alternate login methods for young students or students with disabilities to ensure they are able to access our systems while still maintaining our security. Once the guidance documents are finalized, we'll share it with staff in a clear and transparent way. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Item number 11, authorize a new agreement with BIF 3 US Aggregator.
Good afternoon, everyone, board, Dr. King. My name is Patrick Kennard. I am the server operations manager from Information and Technology Services. We are recommending the board authorize entering into an agreement for data center services with Center Square for an amount not to exceed 1.1 million for the term of 1 year, beginning of January 1st of 2026 through December 31st of 2026. These data center services include 24/7 security and monitoring, along with highly redundant power to ensure our systems located there are highly available and secure. The vendor was selected through the single source process to ensure service continuity for hosting our core network and systems while we develop a new solicitation and explore moving some of our systems currently housed in our data center into the public cloud. These services involve proprietary software and technology. Consequently, this agreement is excluded from our MeWe goals, and we will monitor the vendor performance through key performance indicators of 99.99 system uptime and 100% 100% facility power availability. Failure to approve this agreement would highly disruptive to our schools, leading to system and internet outages, since critical infrastructure and systems are currently housed at our current data center. This request aligns with the district's vision for financial stability and operational excellence. For the equity lens, this item supports resource equity by ensuring staff and students have reliable access to the systems housed in the data center, such as Safari Montage and key components of our Skyline curriculum and SSM, the system where we manage our IEPs for our students with disabilities. I welcome any questions you may have about this agreement or about data centers.
Dr. Velez.
Yeah, you mentioned here in the term procurement side, you said January 1st, 2026 to December 31st, 2026. It should be 2027, correct?
No, should be December 31st, 2026, at the end of the year.
Okay, because the proposed plan is for 2 years, right?
It's for an extension, potentially a follow-up but the current one is for January 1st through 26th.
It's for 1 year. You might have a typo. We'll correct that. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much.
Board members, we will continue with the following facilities item, number 12. Authorize the first and second final renewal with various vendors for the purchase of maintenance, repair, and operation supplies and personal protective equipment.
Good afternoon, members of the board, President Hardin, Dr. King, and happy holidays. We are recommending to authorize the first and second, which is the final renewal for maintenance, repair, and operations vendors, also referred to as MRO. We currently have 5 contract vendors: Fastenal, Northern Safety, Safeware, Global Industrial, and Thermo Systems. The MRO vendors are vital for the success of our engineering operations as we purchase tools, hardware, and similar items and equipment to perform repairs in-house. In addition to our department's purchases, other departments and schools utilize these contracts as well for various goods. For example, in the past, some schools have purchased shelving units for their storage rooms to help organize. The not to exceed authority for the renewal is $27.5 million for the period of January 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2029. All of these vendors were sourced through various piggyback agreements. Our historic spend is low. However, that was only reflective of 3 of the 5 vendors, of which one was used more heavily than the other 2. We have also been working with the vendors to make sure they are set up in our e-commerce platform to make the catalogs more accessible and pricing more transparent for not only facilities employees, but the entire district. In partnership with procurement, we are also working on having all MRO vendors contracted to secure the best pricing. Right now, there's still quite a bit of spend with non-contracted vendors, but with this change, we will see increased spend against this board report. This is tied to our 21st century learning environment as it provides a purchasing mechanism for cost-effective products for engineers to use to maintain and repair the building in-house. The equity focus is tied to resource equity. A centralized contract creates transparent pricing, helps eliminate historical inequities where schools and certain networks paid varying rates for the same materials by utilizing non-contract vendors. So this would help eliminate that by standardizing pricing. If this is not approved, we will not have contracted MRO vendors, which will result in these vendors being removed from the e-commerce system, making pricing less transparent and controlled, not having uniformity in the naming conventions when placing non-marketplace orders, which leads to not having transparency on what is actually being ordered or requested to purchase, and limited spending based on the $35,000 per fiscal year spending caps for non-contracted vendors. Thank you for your consideration for this item.
Appear to be no questions. Thank you.
Board members, we will continue with the following capital items, numbers 13 through 16, and begin with item 13. Authorize the pre-qualification status of and new agreements with various vendors to provide construction material testing and inspection services.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Newart, and I am the Director of Planning and Design for Capital. We are recommending the board approve at the December 2025 board meeting new agreements for various vendors to provide construction material and testing services. There are 3 vendors: Design Consulting Engineers, Flood Testing Laboratories, and Princeton Technical Services. These vendors provide construction material and testing services to ensure compliance with building codes, project plans, specifications, and standards, specifically steel, concrete, masonry, soil, asphalt, spray-on insulation, fireproofing, athletic fields, playgrounds, and other construction materials as specified in capital projects. The board authority we are requesting is to not to exceed $3 million for the multiple vendors and for a term of 3 years from March 1st of 2026 through February 28th of 2029. The vendors were selected via competitive selection process with the following MWBE goals: M of 30% and W of 7%. The actuals of the previous expiring pool have been 24.3% M and 68.2% W. The new pool consists of 2 MBE firms and 1 WBE firm. The anticipation is that the actual MBE percentage will increase and meet or exceed the goal. Past performance of the vendors in this pool has been satisfactory, and with procurement's assistance, billable costs for some of the services by design consulting engineers were reduced between 7 and 21%. The requested board authority for these new agreements is consistent with the current capital materials testing needs of capital projects. If this agreement is not approved, the board will not have reliable confirmation that the various materials installed in CPS facilities meet the district's minimum specified safety and compliance requirements and may not meet building code requirements. It also eliminates potential conflicts of interests and provides objective documentation if problems arise later. Thank you. Any questions?
Slightly related question: have the new guidelines around DBE at the federal level impacted our contractors at the local level?
In terms of material testing or just contractors?
Just contractors in general.
You're talking about the disadvantaged enterprise?
Yes.
Yes. It has not at this time because we don't really have federal dollars for our projects. We are working with the small business enterprise certification and working with all the certifying agencies. There are some challenges because now they've made a new interim final rule and they did the announcement during the shutdown. So we're all trying to figure out what's next. But for now, the MBE and the WBE is hardened and will be in place.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll read the titles for the capital items, numbers 14 through 16, and the subject matter expert will present on those 3 items. 14, Disposition of bids received for the sale of property located at 1241 West 58th Street. 15, disposition of offers received for the sale of property located at 1326 South Avers Avenue. 16, disposition of bids received for the sale of property located at 200 East 99th Street.
Good afternoon, Board President Harden, members of the board, and Dr. King. My name is Stephen Stoltz, Director of Real Estate for the Department of Capital and Facility Operations. CPS put 20 vacant school sites out for bid through a sealed bid sale process earlier this year, and bids were received for 12 of the 20 school sites. We continue hosting community meetings for the sale of other sites that received a bid, and those sales will be referred to the board in the near future. State statute guides the sale process, and it requires that any site with a value greater than $25,000 must be put out to bid through a sealed bid process. The two highest and best responsible bids may be submitted to the board for acceptance of one or rejection of both, and any sale must be approved by a 2/3 vote of the board. The bid solicitation was released on March 14th, 2025, and bids were due on May 30th, 2025. All three sales being presented today include a deed restriction that prohibits the properties from being used for a K-12 charter school and prohibit the sale or manufacture of alcohol or tobacco products. After discussions with local officials, an additional deed restriction was included in the bid solicitation for the sale of the Shed school site, requiring that the site be used for one or more of the following uses: first responder training, youth recreational programming, educational programming and support during after-school hours, youth mentoring, vocational training and workforce development, and GED and financial literacy classes. So the first sale that we will be presenting, number 14 on the agenda, regarding the disposition of bids received for the sale of the former Arna Wendell Bontemps Elementary School located at 1241 West 58th Street. We recommend the board authorize the acceptance of a bid from Bontemps Apartments LLC for the sale of the former Bontemps Elementary School. The property consists of a 2.6-acre parcel improved with the 53,000 square foot building. The building has no working plumbing, electric, or mechanical systems, and there is significant water infiltration throughout the building. The property was most recently utilized as Bontemps Elementary School until 2013 and has been vacant since that time. One bid was received for the property in the amount of $75,000 from Bontemps Apartments LLC. The bidder proposes demolishing the building and constructing a 72-unit multifamily affordable housing development that will include a fitness center, community room, rooftop terrace, and co-working space. In phase 2 of construction, the bidder proposes constructing a 60-unit affordable senior living facility offering modern accessible residences for seniors who wish to downsize while remaining within the community. A community meeting was held on October 11th, 2025, where the bidder presented their proposal to the local community, and the proposal received significant community support. The bidder also received a letter of support for the project from the local alderperson. That concludes my testimony for that matter. I move on to item 15, which is the disposition of offers received for the sale of the former Matthew A. Henson Elementary School located at 1326 South Avers Avenue. We recommend the board authorize the acceptance of an offer from MKB Business Strategies, LLC, for the sale of the former Matthew A. Henson Elementary School. The property consists of a 1.7-acre parcel improved with a 64,000 square foot building. The building has no working plumbing, electric, or mechanical systems, and there's significant water infiltration throughout the building. The property was utilized as Henson Elementary School until 2013 and has been vacant since that time. One bid was received for the property in the amount of $20,000 from MKB Business Strategies, LLC. The bid failed to meet the minimum required bid of $25,000, so the property was then advertised for sale outside of the bid process. Two offers were received for the property. An offer of $25,000 was submitted by MKB Business Strategies, LLC, and an offer of $30,000 was submitted by Calling Water, LLC. A community meeting was held with local elected officials on October 16, 2025, and both parties presented their proposal for redevelopment of the site. The community members present were more receptive and supportive of the proposals presented by MKB Business Strategies, LLC. MKB Business Strategies proposes demolishing the existing building and constructing 11 single-family homes and 13 2 or 3 flats. MK Business Strategies received a letter of support from for their proposal from the local alderperson. The last item is for school sales on the agenda is item number 16 regarding the disposition of bids received for the sale of former John G. Elementary School located at 200 East 99th Street. We recommend the board authorize the sale of the former Shed Elementary School to Peace for Preston Foundation, which was established in memory of fallen officer Ariana Preston. The property consists of a 3.6 acre parcel improved with a 14,000 square foot building. The property was most recently utilized as a branch of Bennett Elementary School until 2013, and it has been vacant since that time. One bid was received for the property from Peace for Preston Foundation in the amount of $25,000. The purchaser proposes redeveloping the building for use as a community center that offers access to safe and equitable resources such as youth recreational programming, educational programming, youth mentoring and counseling, mental health support, job readiness, vocational training, wellness programs, access to healthcare support, as well as GED and financial literacy courses. A community meeting was held on November 6, 2025, and the community was in support of the bidder's proposal. Peace for Preston Foundation also received a letter of support from the local alderperson. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Member Rivas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to acknowledge that Mrs. Moon is here today, right in the back. Officer Ariana Preston's mother, who I've known for many, many years. Ariana was my student at UIC College Prep, beginning in the 2015-2016 school year. When she was on my caseload, when I was a college counselor, her teacher as her college seminar teacher that year, and then later when she went on to Illinois State University. She was such a determined young lady and graduated from Illinois State in 3.5 years because of her determination. She had such a bright life ahead of her, and she did so much for her community. So incredibly proud of her. She was set to graduate with her master's in jurisprudence from Loyola University before she was tragically killed in the line of duty as a Chicago police officer. And I am so incredibly proud that we're going to be honoring her and using this building in this way for the Peace for Preston Foundation. So thank you, Mrs. Moon, for being here. Thank you for all you're doing to continue to honor Ariana's life.
Thank you for that, Member Rivas. Member Gutierrez.
I'm just interested to know, you mentioned aldermen. Could you provide the 3 wards that?
Oh, sure. Alderman Beal of the 9th Ward is where Shed School is located. Alderman Stephanie Coleman of the 16th Ward is where Bontemps is located. And Alderman Monique Scott of the, I want to say 22nd Ward, 24th Ward for Henson Elementary School.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Smith.
Yes, you speak about community engagement and feedback on the properties that are being sold. Are there minutes taken at these engagements, and are they available for board members to see what the engagement was?
Unfortunately, we did not take minutes, but we do at the next meeting. We're going to be presenting a QR code, so any members in attendance at the meeting can submit their comments via the QR code that will be recorded.
And who invites community, and what is the method of getting community to these particular meetings on these sites?
We have posted on, worked with communications to post the notice and face, and we have also gotten assistance from the local alderperson's office to advertise the meeting.
So, we had a call earlier from an alderman who said that she was not included until 2 weeks after the bid went out. How does something like that happen if this is done beforehand?
Yeah, I'll give a brief explanation. We did reach out to every alderman except Alderman Harris of the 8th Ward regarding school sales that we intended on putting out to bid. We conducted site visits with Alderwoman Taylor of the closed schools in her ward. I think what we didn't do was ask for a permission or a green light to put the bid solicitation out when we have so many different wards we're working with. If we need everybody to check off before we put it out, the bid solicitation may never go out. So it is, I accept responsibility for that, for not, while we did inform her that we intended on putting them out for bid, I failed to inform her the exact date that we put it out for bid. And 2 weeks after it was out, we started meeting with her. We attended several community meetings. The bid was out for 2.5 months. So the remaining 2 months of that bid period, she was fully aware and engaged with us. We were engaged with her, attending community meetings as well.
Thank you.
Member Wallace.
For the sale of Henson Elementary, you said that there was more support from the community for the MKB as opposed to the calling water bid. Could you give us more information on why that was?
Yeah, the meeting was a bit contentious. There were groups on both sides that supported both proposals. We got a sense that there was greater support for the MKB business strategy proposal. There were also concerns without the local alderperson's support that there's concerns that the project won't get completed if there's a local official who's not supporting the project due to things like zoning and other matters that really could stop a development in its tracks.
And so,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I was going to say, when you said that you were working with the aldermen, did you get a sense from the aldermen if they were also in? I thought you had said that the aldermen were also in agreement with it. So was the alderman
Yes.
also in agreement with MKB as opposed to the calling water?
That is correct. So all three bidders that we're recommending or offerers did receive support from the local alder.
Thank you.
Member Lopez.
Thank you, Board President. Can you remind us how much is it costing the district to maintain these buildings annually?
We estimate, depending on the size of the structure, anywhere between $75,000 per year to $150,000. Some of the smaller sites, 14,000 square feet versus Calumet High School over 300,000 square feet. So it really depends on the specific building, but that's the range that we've estimated.
We have 20 properties, right, that went up for bidding?
20, yes, correct.
I also agree with the comments with Board Member Smith. I was actually had a question if there were any minutes or notes, in particular, any concerns that the community shared. The other question I have is, since there's only 3 properties, is there a timeline for the rest of the properties?
We have another community meeting tonight for Paderewski School. There's one community meeting set up in January for Fisk and Parkman, which 20th Ward schools. We're still interfacing with 2 additional aldermen who we need to get in front of them to really get their buy-in before we go forward with a community meeting.
Okay, and I'm definitely keeping an eye out for the one in the 7th District and the 22nd Ward. Thank you. Those are the only questions I have.
Thank you.
I want to take the opportunity to expand not only on the financial piece, but the safety piece that ties to it. Steve, can you talk a little bit about that? Because there is a concern with these vacant buildings that just bad things happen. And so it's important that we just really take the initiative to try to get these properties off our portfolio.
Sure. The buildings are an ongoing liability. They are continually broken into. Several of them have had fires set inside of them. There's a safety concern. The longer we keep them there, an open building is very dangerous. Kids could wander inside, and we really want to put these buildings back to productive use. The longer they sit there, the more they deteriorate, the harder it is to redevelop them, and the less value that we can get for them. Also, it's really not helpful to the local communities where these buildings are situated. Nobody would want to live across the street from a vacant building. So we really need to do everything we can to get these buildings put back to productive use. They're really not helping anyone. There's no need for them from an educational or administrative standpoint.
Member Brown.
Yeah, I'm just curious. When we do community meetings,
who are we doing outreach to? Because when I'm thinking about Woodlawn, the strongest community organization over there is called STOP. That's the community organization that organized and made the University of Chicago build a trauma center. They have a considerable base in that area. And often organizations like that are not the ones that are called when these things are done, because we're not just talking about since 2013. I mean, that's kind of how we talk. But if you drive down State Street, you're looking at, and we go on the west side, you're talking about schools that have been closed since 2004, right? And they're still empty. And so I think when my alarm is going off is, and not in every case, with the sister in the back, with Board Member Rivas talked about, I'm all for that work. But my concern is the destroying of these basic quality of life institutions is what accelerated the removal of Black people from Chicago. Black people have not left Chicago because we chose to leave Chicago. We left Chicago because we lost housing and we lost schools. Basic quality of life institutions, closed on purpose. And so my concern is who does this benefit when these developments come up? So if we're looking at even affordable housing can now be put in quotation marks because they have something called the AMI. And so even that is a hustle that's imposed on our neighborhoods. So I don't really have, that's just a feeling. So I don't really have, and it's not a critique towards you, sir, but I do want to say in front of this board that my third eye is open as we're talking about this. And I agree, these empty buildings are dangerous, but I think there's a way to engage the community. If somebody would just ask, there's a way to engage the community where you can actually get real stakeholders in the room and not pastors who got a contract on the side, who come in and do whatever the district says. I think, and I recognize that I say things like that might make people cringe a little bit, but imagine, multiply that by 10 when that's happening to you, when that's happening in your neighborhood. Multiply that by 10. So I just think there's a way to do this that really engages people, that does a needs assessment with that neighborhood and says, okay, what's needed? Quick example, and I'll step back. When Overton Elementary was closed, we convened huge community meetings. We did neighborhood assessments. People said they wanted a youth center. It was over and over and over again. We want a youth center. We want a youth center in the 3rd Ward. And the people were ignored. And now that building sits there in some abstract artist residence place that doesn't benefit the people that live in that neighborhood, but it just allows CPS, our institution, to get that school off our books. So when I'm saying this, I'm not saying this because I'm crazy. I'm saying this because there's been a practice that has happened in our neighborhoods. And so I don't, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So that's all I got.
Member Blaze.
Hi, I just wanted to say, we've worked together before on trying to gather a coalition of folks to help unload the buildings. Happy to reconvene that group. But also just a little reminder, since Alderman Jeanette Taylor called in too, like she's interested in being involved in those discussions, don't forget to tap your board members. We all have community contacts. We all have organizations that might be helpful to you. And we can also reach out to elected officials in the area, and perhaps they have some ideas. CPS is in the business of educating students, not necessarily being a landlord to derelict properties. So I understand the impetus to want to unload these properties. And 100% Chief Mayfield, they're a liability. But we have to move thoughtfully. And so if there's any way that any of us can help you, and I'm happy to get that group back together. But I think even in this last this last iteration of when you put out requesting for RFPs, you sold or you got rid of 3 buildings, or?
Last year, we closed on 2 buildings last year.
Okay, so I mean, it's not a huge number, but every little bit helps. And so, in the face of more, maybe some of the charter schools closing and that kind of thing, you might be inundated with more property. So maybe it is good if we reconvene that group of real estate folks and try and get you some help that way. I'm happy to help that way.
Definitely love to continue engaging with you on that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Board members, we will continue with the following finance item, number 17. Resolution authorizing the issuance of general obligation alternate bonds of the Board of Education in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $1,800,000,000.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Wally Stock, the District Treasurer and Acting CFO. So today, I have in front of you this item which is requesting authorization for alternate bonds in the amount of $1.8 billion. And let me unpack this a little bit for you. It's really a multi-step process that we undertake each time we sell bonds. This is really the first step, right? This is the base step, is approval of this authorization in this amount. And it is good for up to 3 years. And after this would be approved, we would also have to hold a public hearing regarding the sale of the bonds and give the public an opportunity to comment. We would also need to take the resolution and publish it in the newspaper of general circulation. So we typically do that in the Sun-Times. It's then held over for 30 days, sort of a waiting period. During that time period, if a petition is filed and signed by 7.5% of the registered voters, then the sale of the bonds can be questioned. And you can either drop the proposition of selling the bonds, or you could ask for voters for the authority to sell the bonds. It's never happened, but that exists under the legal way that we go through this. So you get through the 30 days, you get through the hearing, you approve the resolution, and then the final step is what's needed that actually commits you more to selling the bonds. This is what we did in May, where I brought before you the resolutions to sell the capital bonds and the resolutions to sell the refunding bonds. The capital bonds in particular were authorized by the same type of structure that was put in place by same resolution in 2022. And that was only good for 3 years. So that is all expired. And that's kind of the reason why we're back in front of you, is to sort of set the table for the next 3 years. We know that each year the district approves not only the budget, but we approve a capital plan. The capital plans are primarily paid for by bonds. So this is the mechanism by which we need to do that. We know we sold bonds. We have a little bit of money left, but that'll be gone within the year. And much of the capital plan that we just approved in FY25, or for FY26, excuse me, will still need funding. So that's, kind of the first step that we would do probably a year from now if this was all approved. But again, it's just setting the table to have these further steps available and not have a hiccup in terms of not having this available at our ability to be able to sell the bonds. Just looking at the things here that we talk about on this particular early set of approving things, I don't have any community perspectives at this point because we're not committing to selling the bonds, we're only setting the table. Connected to our vision, it's an equitable funding model to maintain financial resources. So bonds are used for projects all over the district. We rely on the capital and the facilities team basically to determine and measure that out on where we need to make the improvements, and then we just follow through and come up with the money for that. And then we think this is aligned with the equity framework and the fairness policy and the systems. And like I said, they're just used to help budgeted expenditures that benefit the district as a whole. So if this is not approved, we just don't have any authority to sell any new bonds. But I would hope that you would find it a reasonable measure to kind of help with the continued stability of what we need to do to maintain the district. Are there any questions?
Just one question. I recently read that the city had some issues with the selling of their bonds. Do you anticipate any issues on our side?
Well, what I will say is, as I've been before, members before and talked about how the bond market can sometimes be unpredictable. I think that's a little bit of what the city experienced. I also expressed concerns about the amount of debt, the types of debt that are being taken on. In our particular situation, we're still below investment grade, so that limits the amounts of buyers that are there. But overall, I had the opportunity to talk to some of the board members, but I'll say here publicly that we did successfully complete the sale of 2 large major bond issues in the fall. So we sold the $650 million in bonds for the capital. That was very well received. And then we went in and we sold the $1.1 billion transaction also for the refunding. And I will say that that wasn't as easy as the $650 million bond, but I think we timed it at a good point in the market, and we were able to execute it and achieve $130 million for fiscal year 26. So that was a major accomplishment and really helped with, solidifying our trajectory for fiscal year 26. But an issue of that size, very difficult, I would say, to replicate. You have to give the market some time to absorb that bond and then get new investors and kind of reload. It's not a perpetual thing that you can keep doing. And the city sells a lot of bonds. They sell way more bonds than we do. So, not to speculate too much, but the headwinds that they're facing are kind of giving some pushback by investors. And that may have been part of it. But also, I just want to say that it's not uncommon that bonds don't all get sold too. So there was a little bit of sizzle in that article as well. That happens often. But it is something that we're always trying to balance. So it's something we're watching, but I'm confident that given time, we'll be able to kind of, in just a steady eddy with the ship, we'll be able to navigate this.
Thank you for clarifying. Member Blaze.
Since we're talking politics, there's an alderman who's saying that the mayor is hiding hundreds of millions of dollars in property tax increases in CPS. Can you help us understand what that conversation is?
Let me interrupt here, Member Blaze. That's not appropriate for this discussion here. We want to keep it germane to the topics that are just before us.
Okay, we are sorry about that. We have an annual, can you just explain one more time? I think you went over it with me once. The annual levy increase that happens, and how long has that been happening?
Well, separate from this matter,
Yeah.
When we get into all of our financials,
Right,
each year we're required to approve a budget.
right.
And along with the budget, we also approve a tax levy. And so we have approved a tax levy for this year that was done in August. And we approved a budget, and that was also done in August as well. So that's in place for this year.
And do we do that every year?
Yes, we're required to do that every year. If we do not pass a tax levy, we will be missing at least 50% of our revenue. So a majority of our revenues come from property taxes. And each year we pass a resolution to extend those taxes and collect them.
Good. And we'll have a briefing or another briefing on that soon, just to make sure that everybody understands internally. Maybe.
We can work with the board staff to determine if there's additional education needed on the tax levy.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
President
Thank you.
Harden.
Thank you, Member Blaze.
Thank you.
Thank you. The following slides list the standard monthly reports and motions that are listed in the Agenda Review Committee meeting agenda and posted online. The titles won't be read. This concludes the board reports on the public agenda. Are there any comments or questions or other items? If not, we'll move into executive session.
President
Member
Hart.
Lopez?
Thank you, Board President. I just want to inform, for those that were watching and are interested to hear the 1 and 22nd ward, the community has informed me that tonight that meeting is going to take place Wednesday, December 3rd from 6 to 7:30. It's going to be over at Farragut Community Career Academy. For those that are interested, again, 6 o'clock this evening to hear from the community regarding the property sale in the 22nd ward. Thank you.
Member Brown?
Yes, sir. I just want to restate it because I don't know if I was clear earlier. What I would like to see, and I can talk to my fellow board members, is that we need to see like a needs assessment and how, if there's additional development or a property being sold in a community that has lost schools, how has the community informed what the institution is going to replace it is going to be? So if they close a school in the fifth district, and that community has endured blight for over a decade or however long, how has that community been engaged? Not just an abstract report saying we met with the community, right? But we need to see on paper. Maybe some of these people can come here and let us know the community signs off on this. But I think if you gut a neighborhood and then you profit off the neighborhood that you gutted and the community doesn't benefit, that doesn't sit well with me. That's to me, that's weak on us as a body if we sit here and we co-sign something like that. And so that's my concern. And I struggled with it earlier because I was trying to be correct. I just felt I need to just say it candidly. That's what, and I'll talk to other board members about it and we'll see where we at with it.
Thank you. We'll now move into executive session. Board Member Rivas, do you have motion MO2?
I move for the passage of motion number 25-1203 MO2 and the commencement of a closed session to consider matters permitted under Section 2C of the Open Meetings Act, subsection 1 and 11 as specified in the motion.
Is there a second?
Second motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Lozano?
Aye.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Velez?
Aye.
Member Boyle?
Aye.
Member Wallace?
Aye.
Member Custer?
Aye.
Member Pope?
Aye.
Member Rivas?
Yes.
Member Brown?
Yes.
Member Rio Sierra?
Aye.
Member Bannon?
Aye.
Member Gutierrez?
Aye.
Member Biggs?
Aye.
Member Thodakura?
Yes.
Member Blaze?
Aye.
Member DeBerry?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Vice President Bautista?
Aye.
18 ayes, 0 nays. This motion is adopted by the board.
This meeting will go into closed session. The Agenda Review Committee meeting of the Board of Education is reconvened. Board Secretary, please proceed.
President Harden, I'll continue with a public agenda item from the Acting General Counsel. This item does require a vote. 25-1203 AR1, approve payment of proposed settlement regarding Jane Doe versus Board of Education and Brian Crowder, case number 2024 L004023. President Harden, this item does require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Lozano? Member
Yes.
Smith?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Velez? I'm sorry, he's not here. Member Boyle?
Yes.
Member Wallace?
Aye.
Member Custer?
Aye.
Member Pope?
Yes.
Member Rivas?
Yes.
Member Rio Sierra?
Aye.
Member Bannon?
Aye.
Okay. Member Gutierrez, I'm sorry.
Aye.
Member Biggs?
Yes.
Member Thodakura?
Yes.
Member DeBerry?
Aye.
14 ayes, 0 nays. This motion is adopted by the board.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.